316. For every need. As long as the relations are like this, it is not possible to do away with exchanges. Yet it does not mean that exchanges would remain natural needs forever, just because they are required now. Some expense is incurred in the sale of every commodity. But that expense does not come back and add to the value of the commodity. Hence, the expense connected with the sale has to be met from the actual value of the commodity. That is, from the surplus value of the commodity. Even if the commodity is that of independent producers, the expenses connected with its sale must be met from its value. Expense connected with the sale is a wasteful expense which no one can use. Over the years, human society has been losing vast pieces of land and labor wastefully for the sake of exchanges. If the land, buildings and labor were not lost for the sake of exchanges, the hours of labor spent by the human beings would decrease to a large extent. The fact that some unnatural expenses are incurred in the society implies that there are some contradictions in the labor relations. It also means that the relations are not rational. Questions and answers. 1. What are the old and new forms of labor that are spent while the labor of exchange takes place? Are the sales shop and the commodities in it come under old labor? The labor of the salespersons is new labor. 2. Rice is not yet ready. Is it, then, possible to cook food? And not possible. Carrying out natural labor is not possible without the requisite means of production. 3. The commodity is not yet ready but its sale has been finished. The commodity owner received the money. How is it possible? This is possible since the labor of exchange is not a natural labor. The commodity owner would produce and deliver the commodity later. The person who paid the money would take the commodity later. 4. Production is not ready. Will it be transported? No. How can transportation take place in the absence of the article? Transportation is natural labor. To perform it, articles must be. 317. 72. Family labor. Having examined the productive and unproductive forms of labor, we should now discuss the issue of family labor. If the household chores are done by the members of the household, they are neither productive labor nor unproductive labor. They go by the name housework. They are family labor. A given labor will either be productive or unproductive labor only when there is a master-worker relationship. It is a relationship wherein the master pays wages to the workers. Even amidst such relations, productive labor is that which produces commodities and that which doesn't is unproductive labor. In both these relations, workers go to the master, work there for a certain number of hours and then leave the workplace. But the relations between the people in the house are not those of master-laborer. They are not wage relations. In every family, all over the world, it is the women who do all the household chores. Since times immemorial, there has been a division of labor between men and women. It is a division of labor whereby the household work is meant for women and the work outside for men. Outside work here means work done for a master. Suppose there is a couple and their 2 children and 2 aged persons in a household. The husband goes out and does labor for a capitalist. That labor might either be productive or unproductive. He gets wages for that labor. With that wage money he purchases from market the means of subsistence necessary for the house. Using the means of subsistence which the husband brought, the wife performs all the work necessary in the house. 318. Work related to child care and care for the aged also come under housework. All kinds of labor which the wife performs in that house are spent as use values for the sake of the needs of the house. As the wife's labor is not sold outside, it doesn't fetch any money. Her labor does not convert into value. This relationship between the wife and the husband is a family relationship. It is not a relation between a master and a laborer. Although the husband at times behaves like an autocrat with his wife, he is not like a master who pays wages to his wife. As the wife does not get wages in return to her housework, she is neither a productive laborer nor an unproductive laborer. In that case, will she become an independent laborer? No, not even that. Independent laborers are those who produce commodities and sell them. But the labor which a wife performs in a family and the products that she makes are not commodities. A person who does her own housework does not belong to the category of an independent laborer. Her labor can only be named as family labor. Housework is still housework even if it is done by a male member of the family. Even if male persons do the housework, their labor is not sold as commodities. Hence, it does not convert into money. No matter who performs that housework, it will not convert into money. Women belonging to poor families, in addition to doing the household chores, go out and do labor outside the house. This practice has been in existence since distant past. During the period of slavery, women belonging to the slave families used to do all the household chores of the slave master in addition to the work they do in their own huts. They also undertook the labor of cultivation in the land of the master. In the feudal society, women folk of the tenant farmers also used to do labor of cultivation in the rented lands of the feudal lord in addition to the work in their own houses. 319. In the capitalist society, womenfolk in the poor working class families do labor for a master outside their home in addition to the work in their own houses. Like the menfolk who do outside work, women who do outside work will also be laborers, either productive or unproductive. They too get wages. Like the men who perform intellectual/mental labor, women who perform intellectual labor too would get higher wages. In those families where both the wife and husband go out for work, both of them get wages. Their masters get surplus labor from both of them. Laborers who go out for work do not get work throughout the year. Even though both wife and husband go out for work and get wages, their family still lives in poverty, but that is a different issue. When we speak of women, they also include two classes of people. In those families which live on land rent, interest and profit, domestic workers do all the household chores. Womenfolk in those families do very little housework. They do. Less rich families perform some household. Not do any child care related work either. Women relatively in chores. Even here, it is the domestic servants who do most of the work. Household work has never been the responsibility of men. All the household chores are still the responsibility of women even if they perform outside work. It means that women who do both household work and outside work are doing more labor than men. In the families of women who are engaged in intellectual/mental labor, it is the domestic servants who do large part of the household chores. Every person, whether it is male or female, must perform labor. There ought to be reasonable regulations. By reasonable regulations, we mean that all people must have equal rights and equal responsibilities. Such regulations have not existed so. 320. Far in society, both men and women must do both household work and outside work. If both do outside work, both will get money for their labor. Both will have independent economic capacity. Both can maintain the family. Both live in the same condition. Similarly, both must share household work with equal responsibility. As a result, both will not earn money for the housework and hence both will remain in the same condition. There is a lot of injustice in the division of labor between men and women that has been in existence till today. Owing to this, mainly women face many problems. Women who do not have outside work but confine themselves exclusively to the household work have to depend on their menfolk for their maintenance. The wife can cook and eat only if the husband brings rice. Similarly, men who work exclusively outside have to depend always on women for household work. The husband, can eat only after the wife cooks food. This is a problem for both. If men do not do housework and women do both housework and outside work, it will be excess labor for women. It is a problem specific to women. If there is a problem, there will certainly be a solution to it. If we understand the problem, its solution will also become clear. Outside work for both men and women. Housework for both men and women. Both will have rights. Both will have responsibilities. Both live in conditions of equality. If we consider the question, how much labor in toto has taken place in a day in a society, it will include 4 types of labor: productive labor, productive labor, independent labor, family labor. If we consider the question, how much value is produced in a day in society, the 1s1 and the 3rd types of labor are counted. The 2nd and the 4-1h types of labor do not convert into value. 321. Labor relations in a capitalist society. These are the details of labor carried out in the society while there exists a class which does not perform any labor. Questions and answers. What type of labor it is? With whom the laborer has a relation? What is the result of that relation? Will that labor convert into value? Productive labor. Relation with the productive capitalist who is a master. It involves making of products as well as activities which are not in the form of products. Converts into value. Unproductive labor. Relation with the master. 77. Does not convert into value. Independent labor. No relation with the master. 77. Converts into value. Family labor. Relation not with a master who pays wages but with the husband who behaves autocratically like a master. 77. Does not convert into value. 1. Housework for women and outside work for men. Did the elders of the past time fix this kind of division of labor thinking that families would run peacefully? And not that some elders sit together, ponder over and fix some tradition? A tradition emerges somehow under certain existing conditions. But each and every tradition ought to benefit all people. 322. Alike. Though this tradition of division of labor created problems for both men and women, the problem which women face is bigger. It makes them depend on men for their maintenance. 2. Have all the womenfolk done outside labor right from the period of slavery? Are women belonging to servant families, that is womenfolk of poor families alone did like that? Menfolk as well as womenfolk of rich families have never done outside work. Majority of the household chores were carried out by domestic servants only. 3. Who all constitute a family? In the slave-owning society, slaves belonging to the slave master's family too were the property of that family. If we look at the present-day Indian family, wife and husband, there. 4. What is this? Oh. She is cooking. He is sitting. We don't know their relation. Children and husband's parents constitute one family. 5. After the parents become old, it will be the responsibility of the sons to take care of them. Why don't the daughters take up that responsibility? The daughters cannot support themselves. They live under the care of their husbands. Women in very poor families too perform outside labor, but they don't get as much income as their menfolk. Owing to such reasons, the responsibility of the care of aged parents lies on sons. 6. Are familial relations too labor relations? They are not only labor relations but also blood relations. But all living beings will have blood relations. Ants and mosquitoes too will have them. Hence, they are irrelevant. Here, we examine labor relations within the family. Underscore 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 7. We say, parents take care of the children and bring them up. Those children after becoming adults ought to take care of their aged parents. Does this responsibility of children too come under labor relations? Yes, it does. But, in addition to this, there is a relation which is specific to human beings. In case of such living beings as birds and 323 animals, the mother nurtures the young for some time. But nowhere do we find the non-human offspring taking care of aged parents. The offspring will have relations with the mother till they cross infancy. The case, however, is not the same with reference to human beings. The specific nature of human beings is that they have labor relations. Along with it, there is something called human culture. If the parents raise children, those children will become adults and they ought to take care of their parents. This is a culture which is not viable among animals. Thus, human beings will have many specific relations. 8. Parents raise children. Those children take care of the parents. Parental care is merely a responsibility. How, then, will it constitute labor relations? To discharge responsibilities, they have to perform various kinds of labor. Hence, they are labor relations. We have to understand this point more logically. Children do not perform labor when they are young. They do labor only when they become adults. Again, they will not do any labor in their old age. Yet it does not mean that they lived on the labor of others. They too will do labor for the sake of their children. They will do labor for the sake of their aged parents. In other words, this means that every person belonging to the labor class is living on his own labor and not on the labor of his parents. However, the children receive the parents' labor and the parents receive their children's labor. Underscore 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 9. Do the children alone take care of their aged parents? There are incidents where parents as well as children show irresponsibility towards each other. But if we want to talk about family relations in general, both parents and children should discharge their respective responsibilities. Usually if parents behave responsibly, children will also behave responsibly. Underscore 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 10. Some parents do not like to live with their children in their old age. Is it good? It may be good for them. They have to decide whether it is good for them or not. But the same parents hand over their property to the same children with whom they do not want to live. 11. How does caring for the aged take place in the rich class? What sort of question is this? The care for the aged is managed through those who do all the household chores. Through domestic servants. Junior. 324. 73. Competition. A loathsome expression. Competition is a new phenomenon that began specifically in capitalism. Competition among capitals. That is, competition among capitalists. Why competition? To sell commodities. A single capitalist will not produce a particular commodity. There would be many capitalists. Each one of them tries to sell more commodities than the other. Let us suppose there are 4 or 5 coarse cloth capitalists in a particular area. Every day, several hundreds of meters of cloth is being produced by each of those capitalists. All the capitalists must sell the entire cloth as and when it is produced. Only if the produced cloth is sold and money is received, the invested capital comes back. It will be possible to use that capital once again. Moreover, only if the commodity is sold out, more money than the capital is secured, and that amount could be distributed as interest and profit. A commodity like cloth does not perish even if it is not sold over a period of time. But, if it lies in a corner and remains unsold, it will not be possible to pay wages to the workers. If it remains unsold for 6 months, lots of expenditure is incurred to keep it safe in a store till it is sold. If the profit contained in the commodity does not reach the hands of the capitalist, luxuries of the capitalist will be at stake. Then he will be obliged to stop new production and reduce the number of workers. Everything will become chaotic. Hence, however imperishable a commodity may be, old stock must be sold out by the time new stock of commodities is ready. In the case of independent producers, even if the sales are slack and income recedes, it will be all right if they spend less on household expenses for some time. They can even take rest by stopping the production of new commodities. But the same is not the case with capitalists. As profit decreases if sales 325 decrease, it will be a life and death problem for the capitalists. If the requirement of the coarse cloth in the society as a whole is properly estimated and the necessary amount of cloth gets produced, that cloth will be sold easily. Not just the cloth, but in the case of any commodity, there must be a plan among all those who get the commodity produced. Only then, it will be a collective plan. But all those who get a commodity produced are private capitalists. They are exploiters who accumulate property for themselves individually. Each one of them aims at securing more property than the rest. Among such people, a collective plan is not possible. All the capitalists also have plans. But, each of them has his own plan. One does not know the other's plan. They get commodities produced in proportion to the size of the capital. They hope to sell the entire quantity of commodities produced. At times they succeed also. But they face problems many a time. Let us suppose that the cloth produced at all the coarse cloth capitalists is 500 meters. We may call this commodity supply. The situation wherein a certain quantity of cloth is sold in the market in a given day may be called market demand. Both supply and demand match if there is a demand for 500 meters when the supply of cloth is 500 meters. Then the entire commodity will be sold easily. As there won't be a collective plan in the case of each and every commodity, most of the time supply and demand of commodities never match one another. There will always be fluctuations. All the capitalists who get coarse cloth produced constitute one branch of production. In that branch, there will be companies of different capitalists. Each branch produces a particular kind of commodity. There will be capitalists of various levels in every branch of production. Competition will be there among the companies of big capitalists who operate with huge capital and get commodities produced on a large scale. Every capitalist dreams of selling his own 326 commodities on a large scale and desires that the commodities of other capitalists must not be sold. He not only dreams but makes suitable arrangements. This is how it happens: if he can reduce the production costs of his commodity to some extent, he could sell it at a lower price. If he lowers the price, he could sell more commodities than others. All his attempts are aimed at this. However, to reduce the production costs of his commodity, he has to increase the productive power. So far we have not seen the aspect of productivity. This is a new term. Competition itself will discover the path of increasing productivity. But the same path will create hurdles to competition. First we have to understand the concept of productivity. 74 productivity. Let us suppose that it takes 10 hours on an average to stitch a shirt by hand. If that shirt could be stitched in 9 hours, that is less than 10 hours, it means that productivity of stitching labor has increased. But the question is, how to reduce the labor time if the stitching is done by hand? Changes should be brought in the tools. The person who labors must pick up the skill to do labor with changed tools. Let us suppose that it takes 5 hours of labor consisting of old and new labor to produce a commodity. If that labor is reduced to below 5 hours, it means that the capacity to produce that article has increased. If it takes more labor than 5 hours of labor to make that article, it means its productivity has decreased. Productivity depends on the 327 people who do labor and the kinds of tools with which they labor. If a shirt is stitched by means of a small hand machine instead of hand, that work can be done very quickly. Productivity of the stitching labor increases. If a shirt is stitched with a power-driven sewing machine instead of a manual sewing machine, the work will be done more quickly. The productivity of the stitching labor will increase further. If weaving is done on a power loom instead of a hand loom, the productivity of the weaving labor increases. If tilling the field is done by means of a tractor instead of a plow, the productivity of tilling labor will increase. Raising productivity takes place by means of competition under capitalism. It first starts with a couple of big capitalists. Because they aim at higher profit by reducing the cost of production and thereby reducing the price a little and by selling large quantity of commodities than other capitalists. Does increase in productivity take place merely by changing the tools? 1. There be any role of the workers? It is the intellectual laborers who make improved tools. The engineers and scientists who work for the capitalists too are workers. New instruments are produced due to the research which they conduct by means of their intellectual labor. In order to work with those new instruments of labor, ordinary workers undergo new training, learn new techniques and acquire new labor powers. The fact that a worker who tills the land with a plow learns how to till the land with a tractor implies that his labor power turned into another kind. There the reason for the increase in productivity is not simply the tractor. Those who made a tractor and those who operate the tractor are mainly responsible. Rise in productivity is due to workers only. Now we have to see how labor necessary to make a commodity decreases due to increase in productivity. Here we consider the tools and the workers only. We leave out the aspect of raw materials. First we have to see the situation of 1 meter coarse cloth before and after the rise in productivity. Before the rise in productivity, old labor that goes into the 328 cloth through the hand loom is 1. The living labor of the workers is 5. The sum total of old and new labor is 6. The price of the cloth is 6 rupees. After the rise in productivity, the old labor that goes into the same quantity of the cloth is 3. The living labor of the worker is 2. Both types of labor taken together is 5. The price of the cloth is 5 rupees. The total labor necessary to make the cloth has decreased. The actual cost spent on cloth has decreased. How has the cost decreased? What has decreased in the commodity, old labor or new labor? The old labor has not decreased. Moreover, it has increased. Only the new labor has decreased. Old labor does never decrease. Because, in order to raise productivity, instruments of labor which are improved compared to the past must be brought into the workplace. Such instruments must have been produced by a large quantity of labor compared to the past. The labor that goes from these improved instruments to the commodity would certainly be greater than that which goes from the earlier instruments. Therefore, in order to raise the productivity, the labor that goes from the instruments of labor to the commodity should increase but not decrease. Further, the labor that goes from the new instrument would not be equal to the labor that goes from the old instrument. If the labor that goes into one unit of a commodity from the new instrument is greater than that which goes from the old instrument, why should anyone bring such instruments which add more labor? Because the living labor necessary to produce one unit would decrease due to the new instruments. As a result of this, the total labor would decrease. Those new instruments move speedily owing to their design. The bodies of the workers move in accordance with the speedy movements of the instruments. Due to that speed, an article would be made in less time compared to the past. More number of units compared to the past are produced in a single working day, and as a result, total labor time for each unit 329 decreases, and thus its value decreases. Therefore, it would not be a problem for the capitalist even if the labor that goes into an article from the new type of instruments increases. In fact, the capitalist does not know the differences between these types of labor. He simply knows that the new instruments move speedily, and as a result more number of units are produced as compared to the past. Whether or not he is aware of the changes, he would benefit whenever the instruments of labor are changed. The old labor in a commodity is 1, new labor 5, and total labor 6. In this example, the total labor 6 must decrease even if the old labor has increased to 3. How does it happen? What is the second aspect in a commodity? New labor. Hence it should decrease. Decrease in the new labor should not be nominal. See the example of that coarse cloth. In the example where the productivity increases, the new labor decreased to 3. This means, decrease in the new labor must be greater than the increase in the old labor. Decrease in the total labor happens like this only. As the total labor decreases, the value of the commodity decreases. Decrease in the new labor in a commodity means decrease in the number of workers who produce that commodity. Let us suppose that 10 plows and 10 persons are needed to till a piece of land with plows. If the same work has to be done in the same period of time by means of a tractor, 1 person is enough. What is happening here? The expenditure of the tilling labor decreases compared to the past. The old labor that goes from the tractor would invariably increase compared to the old labor that goes from 10 plows. Even if it increases, the labor of 9 workers out of 10 will decrease. This is an increase in the productivity of tilling labor. 10 persons are needed to till some piece of land with plows. 330. 1 person is enough to till the same land with a tractor. Now, it takes less time. It involves less expenditure. This means, the productivity of tilling labor has increased. Hand stitching, machine stitching. Time for stitching clothes with a sewing machine decreases to a large extent compared to hand stitching. What does this mean? This grinder is a manual tool. Pulses, water, raw materials. These are old labor. Grinding labor, new labor. Ground wet batter, new product. Productivity has increased in the grinding labor. Time for grinding decreases to a great extent. Let us see productivity in the labor of cooking. Cooking takes place more quickly on a gas stove than on the earthen stove using sticks. This is an increase in the productivity of labor of cooking. Instead of building a house on a certain piece of land, if many houses are built on the same extent of land, each house will be made with less cost. But if it is sold at a higher price, one will get adequate profit. Productivity keeps increasing in any labor. The fact that a reduction in the number of workers in producing any commodity implies loss of jobs for those workers. If 9 wages decreased in the tilling labor, there won't be surplus labor that comes from the 331. 9 workers. However, the surplus labor obtained from the fewer number of workers in a given work would be greater than the decreased surplus labor. It is because, owing to the new productivity of labor performed with new instruments of labor in a working day of the past, units of production now in a working day of the same length as in the past, would be many times greater than in the past. The necessary labor time which the workers spend for the sake of their wages will decrease to a great extent. The quantity of production allocated for the maintenance of the workers in the reduced necessary labor time will be either the same as in the past or even slightly more. But it means the necessary labor time has decreased and The surplus labor time has increased. The increase in the portion of surplus labor, in the labor of the fewer number of workers when the productivity rose, will gradually diminish as the productivity keeps rising further. This will gradually ruin the capitalists. But the capitalists don't understand this. The capitalists don't know how profit is obtained. They don't comprehend that profit is obtained due to the surplus labor of the workers. They think that profit is something which they obtain by simply adding something to the costs incurred. Therefore, they are totally unaware of the fact that changes occur in the size of the surplus labor in production whenever productivity rises. Questions and answers 1. Consider the old productivity as well as new productivity and show the change in the surplus labor by way of an example. The length of the working day is the same both in the case of old productivity and new productivity. Let us say, it is of 12 hours. The number of workers during old productivity is 4. The necessary labor time of each worker is 10 hours. Surplus labor is 2 hours. The surplus labor time secured from 4 workers is 4x2 equals 8 hours. The number of workers in new productivity is 3. The length of the working day is 332. Same. The necessary labor time of each worker is 8 hours. Surplus labor time is 4 hours. Total surplus labor time secured from the 3 workers is 3x4 equals 12 hours. If surplus labor increases, profit will increase. While the former surplus labor is 8 hours, the latter surplus labor is 12 hours. If we see this increase as percentage, it is 50%. When productivity increases yet again, surplus time will rise beyond 12 hours. That increase will not be 50%. It will be less than that and will either be 49% or even less. We have to understand the gist of the matter and should not take these figures as they are. Capitalists do not know about either increase or decrease in surplus labor. The capitalist economists explain all this to capitalists. Those economists themselves do not know this at all. The teacher of the capitalist economist is a capitalist himself, isn't he it? Economist knows whatever the capitalist knows. He does not know anything more than that. The entire knowledge of the capitalist is, capital must get interest and profit. His economist also knows only this point. 3. Illustrate the rise in productivity of labor of transport. To travel a 5-kilometer distance, a cycle reaches more quickly than the bullock cart. A bus reaches more quickly than the cycle, a train more quickly than the bus, and an aeroplane much more quicker than the train. 333. 75. The ideas of the ruling class are the ideas of the people. In all societies, both of the past and the present, the ruling class is that of the masters. This is the exploiting class. The working class is the one that is exploited. This is the class of the people. People are not the rulers. The ideas of the ruling classes prevail as the ideas of the people. The concepts of rent for the land, interest and profit for the capital are the ideas of the ruling class. These are also the ideas of the people. Where did people get these ideas from? Only from the ruling class. Ever since the days of slave masters, the source for people's ideas regarding a major issue or a minor one, is the ideas which the class of masters passed on to them. We have seen that in the capitalist system, the productive forces are constantly multiplied for the sake of profit alone and competitions are waged in a cutthroat manner. There are many more such loathsome practices. The highly detestable trading of shares is entirely the creation of the capitalist system. We cannot examine it here. Let us leave it aside and focus on a different issue, that of the horrid practice of changing the form of the products every now and then. Always new forms, brand new forms on the horizon. The latest model of today becomes outdated tomorrow. Eventually, the new one will also disappear, making room for yet another new model. The seller's know-how assumes that people would flock to buy if brand new models are offered constantly. They think if the same commodity is offered as a model different from that of other capitalists, the people would jostle to buy it. People do buy them. The buyers of the goods are not just the capitalists but also the working masses. The working masses also flock to buy the new items. There are 4 chairs in the house of a teacher. One of them is a cane chair woven with bamboo. It was bought only a year ago. Catching a glimpse of the chair while walking in the market, and not having enough. 334. Money on his person, the teacher offered assurance money as an advance, ran home, fetched enough money, rushed back to the market and bought the chair. At home, all the members of his family prefer sitting in that chair. Once, an Apanama, a 50-year-old guest, paid a visit to their home. She was suffering from back pain. She was unable to relax in any chair. Sitting in a chair always aggravated her pain. She would only lie down on a plank or a wooden cot. This pain-ridden woman, seeing the cane chair in front, sat in it formally. She was later in Gross said in her conversation with the hostess. An hour passed. When Subhadra, the hostess, rose and said, "Let us make a move for dinner," sister-in-law the woman in pain leaped out of the chair quite agilely like an antelope. She walked swiftly. Only then she remembered her back pain. She felt as if she never suffered from a backache. Astonished, she said, "What is this? I feel so good just by sitting in this chair. Could I really sit in a chair this long? I got rid of my pain in this chair." Having said so, she approached the chair again, examined it touching with her hands and settled in it again. "I will have my dinner only in this chair," she said. Subhadra brought the plates with food to the chair. "Your brother always sits in this chair only," she said to her guest, praising the chair. "Then I will buy a chair like this and take it with me." "Where can I find it?" the woman with backache was quite eager to know. That evening both the women set out to the market to buy the chair. They arrived at that very shop. There happened to be a variety of chairs and benches there, made of wood, cardboard, plastic and other stuff with decorations, weldings and fashions. But not the kind they wanted. "We bought it a year ago. It is a tall chair, leaning backwards. We want only that chair," they explained. The worker in the shop understood their requirement. He identified the model of the chair too. Having recalled everything, he finally said, "Well, that is an old model. How can you get a 1-year-old model? So many new models have arrived now." "Please have a look," he said. An Apanama did not take. 335. A look at any chair? No. We want only that chair. "Can you get that model made and give us?" she asked. "The machines that make that chair must be obsolete." "Where will we find those workers now?" replied the worker. An Apanama felt quite let down. They then searched the whole of the market. Visited many shops. There were piles of goods in the market. Chairs, chairs, chairs and benches. This model was not found anywhere. The workers in almost all the shops said the same thing. "Isn't he it the old model? Isn't he it previous year's? Shouldn't he we change the old models? What comes to the shops, we sell. Isn't he the new model better? Why the old one?" A worker in a shop was an elderly person. He explained at length, "You are asking for the old model, whereas others, as they enter, would ask, 'Have you got any new models?' Even when the new ones are shown, they will ask for the newest ones." I worked in several cloth shops and footwear shops. Everywhere they demand the new models. They do not look at old models. Everyone is habituated for this. Nevertheless, these are good ones. See how fashionable they are." Anapanama was on the verge of tears. Subhadra consoled her, "Never mind, sister-in-law, you can take our chair with you, sister-in-law." Alas! Shouldn't you also own that piece of good furniture? Why do they keep harping on new model, new model? Shouldn't good things be available all the time? The woman with backache complained. Having visited shop after shop, her back also lost patience. New model, the woman with backache repeated with contempt. Well said. The other day when I went to buy a pan, I could not find the old type. They showed me a new one with all kinds of design around it. Only these are coming into market these days, they said. What could I do? I brought home the new one. Moreover, it is more expensive. My neighbors saw the new pan and immediately ran to the market to buy a similar one. Indeed, most people rush to buy the new models, sister-in-law. In my childhood, we used to tie the loose end of the plaited hair with woolen pieces. We bought ribbons for our children. 336. The ribbons don't exist anymore. Only rubber bands. The vermilion cosmetics are gone. Everybody now uses only sticker dots. Ridiculous, sneered Anapanama. While walking, Subhadra remembered and started narrating an anecdote. Has your brother ever sported a shirt with alphabet design before? He bought one such shirt a couple of days ago. Would it be decent for a teacher to flash such shirts? When I said so, he retorted saying, "Don't you adorn sticker dots," and I had to shut my mouth. For Anapanama, the market appeared to have gone insane. Too bad that the times are changing, she said in despair. Perhaps she was not aware, it is not the time that changes. In the passage of time, in the course of the sun, over crores of years, not even a second would change. What changes is only the capitalist market. That is what goes mad. Madness of profit. Madness of imposing new goods on people. Madness of making people go insane. This is the market created by those crazy people. A lad in possession of 10 shirts will buy a couple of new models when he comes across them in a shop, although he is not really in need of the 11th shirt. If not for the new models, why would he buy new shirts although he is not in need of them? A new model has arrived. Someone was seen wearing that shirt. It must be acquired. Not shirts alone, nor trousers, starting from handkerchiefs to bed sheets, from a tiny needle to a ship. Every commodity must undergo some change. Is the changed system more comfortable than the previous one? Nothing of that sort. Change only in fashionable exterior. That is its novelty. Look at the pencils. The old pencils used to write with great sharpness. The pencils of today write faintly as if they are made of water. While sharpening, the lead inside the pencils breaks like broom stems. On the same pencil exterior, colors, English letters, designs, fashionable decorations, styles and much more. Not just this or that commodity. Whether the commodity used is inside or outside the house, the shape of every item must undergo change. It is not. 337. For superior quality. Not from the perspective of use value. For more profit. From the perspective of exchange value. The goal of every capitalist is to sell commodities in greater numbers than other capitalists. Not to sell high-quality commodities. Should sell by some gimmick or the other. More profit out of more sales. To sell more, the commodity style must change rapidly so that the consumers would rush to buy the altered one. The capitalist knows that if a new model is displayed, even people who are not in need would buy it, that it is quite a simple task to make them go crazy for it. It is the masters who undertake production of commodities. They are the capitalists. It is them who decide the design of commodities. Workers play no role in it. It is the duty of the workers to produce whatever their masters decide upon. Things 1t stop there. All the products which the workers use are made out of the business tactics of their masters. Whatever foodstuffs are made under the auspices of the master and however adulterated, the workers must eat them. They must wear the brands of clothes mass-produced by their masters. The workers must read only those cheap magazines that their masters publish. The workers must watch only those vulgar movies that their masters make. The masters will decide each and everything, what the workers must eat, what kind of clothes they must wear, what they must read, what they must watch. The workers must produce and consume whatever is decided by their masters. Where is the scope for the workers to acquire different tastes? The workers do not have an opportunity to decide what they want. The tastes of the workers will change in accordance with the goods which their masters produce. As soon as the models are changed, the tastes of the workers too would change accordingly. There is no scope for introspection to consider whether a certain thing is good or bad or a certain thing could be used or not. It appears as if the workers buy what they need out of their own choice, spending their wages. This is a great illusion. They only buy what is available in the market. They buy what is available out there. More glitter the goods display, more enthusiastic the workers would. 338. Be in buying them. The workers of intellectual labor would fill their house with a great variety of items. All over the floor, all over the walls, all over the corners of the walls, all over the roof, all over the shelves, there would be plates, sheets, and art pieces. They feel it is great to decorate their house in this manner. As they collect a few stylish items in their cluttered houses, they believe their abodes too have now become as great as that of their master. They too must taste the luxuries the families of their masters enjoy. They too must frequent hotels, roam around cities. What they visit at these places are temples and jewelry stores. These intellectual laborers are not concerned about how the factories and the workers in those factories fare in those new cities. If the workers of those places visit other places, they too are not bothered about all these things. Roads, shops, parks, hotels, and cinemas. After roaming around listlessly and spending money liberally at the temples, they come home harboring an illusion that they are living very happily. All these ideas are their own. It appears as if the working class too has its own ideas and its own culture. This self-image, however, is nothing but trashy ideas of the class of masters passed over to the working class over several generations. Whatever is the sought-after value, luxury, pretension for the class of the masters, the same would be the objective and ideal for the poor workers who eke out a living out of daily wages. It is a great fallacy that the workers should have their own, independent ideas, own individuality and own culture in the absence of the knowledge of exploitation of labor and master-laborer relation. The reality is to imitate the ideas of the masters. We should not blame the slaves of the past for mimicking the ideas of the masters. Nor should we blame the tenant farmers of the past times. We must only blame the sections of the intellectual workers of the present day for being as backward as those slaves and tenant farmers. We must blame them for being unaware of their livelihood options. As long as the working masses remain like this, their ideas would be nothing but those which they learned from the ruling class. 339. Questions and answers 1. Ask a tenant farmer, why do you pay rent to the land which you are cultivating? What does he have to say? He will say, alas, the land belongs to the landlord, doesn't he it? How can I refuse to pay land rent? You give grain as rent. The landlord uses that grain. Will the land use it? Why should you pay rent for the land? Think about it. What is there to think afresh? The land belongs to the landlord, isn't he it? How will the landlord's family live if it does not receive rent? How are the families of tenant farmers living? You are working on the land, aren't you? Similarly, the landlord's family too can do labor on a piece of land as you do, can't they? In fact, all of you can cultivate together, raise crops, share the grain and live comfortably, can't you? Think on those lines. No way. What are you talking? Does a guy with so much property step into the field and toil? Don't ask, will he do? Should a human being, if he is a human being, do some labor or the other? Is it good or not to do some work or the other? Think along these lines. It is good for those who do not possess fields and the like. But why should a landowner do work? How, in fact, did he get that land? Why didn't you get it? His fathers and grandfathers had earned it and passed over to him. Did our forefathers leave us a single penny? How did his fathers and grandfathers earn so much land? I have no idea, perhaps earned it by toiling some time ago. This is how the discussion would proceed for any length of time. To ask any worker who is working under a capitalist, why should the capitalist get profit? He can get wages just as you do, can't he? Why, then, should he take profit also? What will the workers say? Oh. They would say, he invests a lot of capital. Shouldn't the capital get profit? If he invests capital, he would get back the whole of it when he sells the commodity, won't he? With that returned capital, he can buy all the means of production which were spent earlier. Again, new commodities could be produced with those means of production. If though 340 capitalist works, he would get wages. Why, then, should he get profit? What do you mean? Shouldn't capital always get profit? Who will invest capital if profit is not received, the workers would say. 3. Ask the workers about interest also. See what they will say. Oh. They would say, shouldn't one pay interest when money is borrowed? 4. How did the working masses acquire these ideas? Oh. They got them from the class of masters, the ruling class. All the means of propagating ideas would be in the hands of the class of masters. That is, whoever possesses means of production would also possess the means of propagating ideas. 5. Give an example wherein the capitalists change the shapes of old commodities. Oh. New look to ancient designs. Bangalore, on the eve of Deepavali festival, Karl jewellers have released brand new ornaments into the market. G.K. Sripathi Rao, the regional manager of Karl, told that they were refashioning the most antiquated traditional jewels with modern designs. He also said, they have transformed brand new ornaments into antique style. The capitalists change the shapes and forms of each and every commodity like this. They change new ones into old ones and old ones into new ones. These changes in shape are not for addressing new needs but for promoting sales. Customers would buy again if the commodities reappear in new form. This is a business tactic. People would buy those goods even if they don't need them. What is the job of this manager in the photograph? Wearing a tie, posing smartly and showing off a jewel. That is all the labor this gentleman does. What do the ordinary working people learn in such an environment other than such ideas? Junior. 341. 76. Heavy machinery, aeroplanes, computers. All are tools. Same as a needle. Increase in productivity does not happen simultaneously at all capitalists in a given branch of production. Initially it happens with one or two big capitalists. Since they possess huge capital, they can dispose of the older tools and replace them with improved tools. Old workers require fresh training. Alternatively, new workers adept at working on new instruments of labor will be needed. The wages of the workers who possess the new skill would go up. Two factors are necessary in order to increase productivity: improved tools better than in the past and workers who possess the labor skill which is technically better than the previous one. Let us suppose that in the coarse cloth industry, the productivity has increased at only one capitalist. At his place, the cost of 1 meter of cloth has decreased. Prior to the increase in productivity, 6 was the total labor necessary for producing the cloth. After the increase in productivity, the total labor was 5. Would the capitalist reduce the price of the cloth because the cost has decreased? He will try to sell the cloth for the same 6 like before without reducing the price. If he maintains the cost, the profit will increase than before. Alternatively, if he reduces the price 6 am little, he will be able to sell more commodities than others. Even this way, he will be able to make more profit than before. As per his convenience, he either maintains the old price or reduces it marginally. Either way, the capitalist who increased his productivity first will make more profit than others who do not have so much productivity. Increasing productivity is solely for increasing the profit. This will continue. 342. As long as other capitalists in the same branch of production cannot catch up with increased productivity. Until that time, the capitalist with increased productivity will keep earning enormous profits. This, however, will not continue for long. Many other capitalists in that branch will also attain new productivity pretty soon. When all of them attain new productivity, they will all be able to reduce the number of workers. The cost of production will decrease for all of them. The capitalists in that same branch of production will compete with each other and slash prices as much as possible to sell more commodities than the rest. The old costs and old prices will disappear altogether. Gradually, the reduced price will become the actual price of the commodities. The higher profit which a couple of capitalists alone used to get will vanish. Eventually, if productivity improves further, the costs will reduce and prices will decrease further. We must understand several issues related to productivity properly and carefully. Is the increased productivity good or bad? Does higher profit earned due to increase in productivity come from new tools? To what extent will productivity improve? Where will it stop? We must find answers to every single question of this kind. In societies of the past, there was no competition in selling commodities. This does not mean that the past societies were better. In comparison, the past societies were more barbaric. In comparison with the slave and feudal systems, capitalist system is certainly more progressive in a sense. However, given that all of them are exploiting societies, they have evil characteristics in common. In addition to the common evil characteristics, each has its own unique unethical properties. Competition is a unique unrighteous property that originated in the capitalist system. Since the societies of the past did not take up production of commodities, there was no evil of competition in those societies. The exclusive objective of the capitalist system is to earn profit from the capital. That means, earning more money from less. 343. Money. Earning profit endlessly, again and again, any number of times with the money invested once. Not a tiny profit, but huge heaps of profit must be earned. The way leading to it is competition with other capitalists. One should be able to sell more commodities than the rest. To achieve that, the prices of the commodities must be reduced. To achieve that, the production cost must be reduced. To achieve that, productivity must be increased. One must be in possession of greater productivity that the rest can afford. But, in every branch of production, the increased productivity which initially occurs at one or two capitalists, eventually will make its way to all the capitalists. The price of the commodity will reduce at all the capitalists and the reduced price will become the regular price. The situation of those who could reap more profit until then, will be back to square one. the percentage of profit for all the capitalists will become uniform. As a result of increased productivity for all, the higher profit earned by some for some time will disappear. Then, what the big capitalists resort to is to increase productivity yet again. They fetch further advanced instruments of labor, hire new workers with improved labor power and fire previous workers. Reap more profits again. But, after a few days, the new increased productivity will be within reach of all the capitalists. The increased productivity will become saturated at the capitalists who initially improvised it. Their profits will dwindle. What happens next is to multiply their productivity again. There is no end to this process. The capitalists do not understand the cause of even a single problem. Even if they do not like it. Whenever new profits shrink, the only solution they find is to increase productivity. They neither have the perspective, nor entertain questions such as to what extent must the productivity be increased? Where to stop it? They must have higher productivity than others, that's all. That is the aim of every capitalist. If the productivity in a given branch has increased, it must get raw materials more quickly than in the past. The productivity in those branches that supply the 344 raw materials too has to be increased. The same thing applies to branches which supply auxiliary materials. The products of almost all the branches are linked and interconnected. When the productivity of one branch increases, the other branches will not remain stagnant. Productivity keeps improving at all places, then keeps getting stagnant and keeps improving again. A heavy new machine has. What is the role of the needle? It is a tool in the stitching labor. What is the role of the aeroplane? It is a tool in the labor of transportation. A tool with less, a tool with higher productivity. Productivity. Computer. What is this? A tool with higher productivity in the labor of storing and sending information. Arrived at the workplace of a capitalist. Workers who could operate the machine too arrived. Productivity has increased. Profit too increased there. Is the machine the cause for the increased profit? No. The machine as a tool is an inanimate tool like a needle or a scissors. A needle doesn't perform labor. A scissors too doesn't perform labor. Likewise, however huge a machine may be, it doesn't do labor. It is not the machine which performs labor. It is always the humans who do labor. A machine runs only when humans operate it or stops if stopped. Any tool, however heavy it may be, will not give more value than it has by the time it becomes old. What applies to a needle is applicable to a heavy machine too. A superior tool and more skilled workers, both are responsible for the increase in productivity. But for the earning of the profit or for its increase or decrease, the tool is not responsible. Only the surplus labor of humans is responsible. In the capitalist system, invention of new machines becomes a unique feature for constant increase in productivity. 345. Strange developments are possible due to machines. But, unless we understand properly the fact that machines do not perform labor, it appears as if the machines do the labor and so much more labor when we look at them. This perception is erroneous. Buses, trains, aeroplanes, computers, all are machines. With respect to doing labor, a machine is not very different from a needle. With regard to yielding value, any machine, however large it may be, will give whatever value it has, neither less nor more than what it possesses. 1. The capitalist possessing increased productivity earn more profits up to a certain period. That additional profit is also earned from the surplus labor of the workers, not from the new machines. We cannot, however, examine all these calculations here. Apart from new tools, there are a few more causes for the increase in productivity. Attempts are made in multiple ways to reduce the time necessary to produce something. In the labor of raising living things such as plants, animals and fish, many kinds of chemicals are used. An animal like sheep grows in 2 or 3 years in a natural way. But it will grow within 6 months if chemicals are administered. In such a case, the labor time necessary to rear a sheep decreases and more profit is obtained. If we spray chemicals over vegetable plants, which naturally grow in 4 months, the plants will grow within 2 months with a weight 4 times more than their usual weight. Profits increase if we resort to adulteration in the production of everything, milk, cereals, medicines, etc. It is not possible to think about ethics, health, and naturalness in any business under capitalism, whose exclusive aim is to secure nothing but profit. Terms such as ethics are meaningless under capitalism. Wherever and in whatever manner profit has increased or decreased, the cause is nothing but labor. When we deduct the portion of means of production from the price of a sold commodity, whatever remains, whether it is more or less, belongs to living labor only. If we deduct the portion of wages, surplus value remains. 346. We should never forget the fact that whether huge or small, profit is invariably earned from surplus labor. Questions and answers. 1. Stitching by hand has been outdated and machine stitching has been introduced. Productivity in the stitching labor has increased. Isn't the stitching machine the reason for it? No. While referring to productivity, we must consider the tools as well as people working with the tools. We should not consider any one aspect in isolation. If there is a stitching machine, shouldn't people who are adept at machine stitching also be available? The machine is made by workers who knew machine technology, and it is workers who are acquainted with the new labor power that work on the machine. The actual reason for increased productivity is the workers who work. 2. Let us suppose that the value added to the shirt is 1 paisa when the shirt is stitched manually using a needle. If the same shirt is stitched using a machine, will the value added to the shirt through the new tool be higher or lower than a paisa? Certainly higher. It will take several thousand times more labor to make a machine than to make a needle. However, while only 1 or 2 shirts are made using the needle, a few hundred thousands of shirts will be made using the machine. If we go by all these calculations, the value added to the shirt through the machine is invariably higher than what is added through the needle. 3. It takes 10 hours to stitch a shirt manually. On the machine it takes only 2 hours. In that case, will the labor of the machine worker have a value of only 2 hours while that of the manual labor is 10 hours? And not so. For identical work, work of more hours will have higher value and work of fewer hours less value. The manual stitching work and the machine stitching work, however, are not identical. Their values will not be identical. They are different. Not only that, labor, regardless of the form and duration of hours, when converted into value, will not be counted as same number of hours of value. In terms of value, manual stitching work of 10 hours will not remain as a value of 10 hours. It will either be higher or lower. We need to consider an example here. Let us suppose that labor of 10 hours will be counted as a value of 4 hours. Likewise, we must also convert the hours of machine stitching. Let us suppose that the value of 2 machine stitching hours is 3. The value of the machine stitched shirt should be lower than the value of the manually. 347. Stitched shirt. The value added through the tool to the machine stitched shirt will increase and the new labor value will reduce. When these two combine, the total value will decrease. 4. When productivity is low, the value of a meter of cloth is 6. Let us suppose 2 is its surplus value. After productivity has increased, the value of the same cloth now is 5. If the cloth is sold for 5, will its surplus value still be 2? It may be under certain circumstances but not in others. The capitalist increases productivity to earn more profit than before. Although the production cost has reduced by increasing productivity, he will still sell the product at old price to make more profit. If the commodity is sold at new price, how much would be the profit? It depends on several factors. The profit certainly will not be less than before. This is because, although living labor added to the commodity has reduced to a small extent, the surplus labor time will increase since the necessary labor time within that value has decreased. In this manner, the old profit will either remain constant or increase a little. 5 computers have arrived on the scene. What labor, then, remains for the workers to do? We don't raise this question if we understand computer as a tool. If the worker who works on the computer remains 10 hours daily at the workplace, it means that he is working 10 hours daily. His working day remains the same before and after the arrival of computers. 6. What do we mean by percentage of profit? If one gets 5 profit on 100 capital, the percentage of profit is 5%. If one gets 6 profit on 100, the percentage of profit is 6%. Another name for percentage of profit is profit rate. Are those we use? Doing some the same as the mat and the blanket are not tools. 7. What are these, the mat and the blanket? Are they tools? Are tools which when labor. Sleeping is not performing labor. Hence, all these are tools only. 348. 77. Unemployment is the creation of capitalist system. If productivity has increased in a branch of production after the introduction of improved tools, it would mean that a large number of workers have been rendered unemployed there. One of the unique evils of the capitalist system is UN employment. This did not exist in the old societies. None among the slaves would remain UN employed. None among the tenant farmers would remain unemployed either. They would always find some work so as to earn their livelihood. Unemployment is the creation of the capitalist system alone. To understand this aspect, we must examine and evaluate a few things here. Let us consider one labor or the other. Either the labor of weaving or that of stitching. This labor can be performed either with a tool or a machine. The labor of tilling can also be performed either with a plough or a tractor. More labor is needed for the manufacture of a tractor than for the making of a plough. If the total labor necessary for making a plough is 2 hours, let us suppose that the total labor necessary for manufacturing a tractor is 12 hours. Extra labor of 10 hours is necessary to manufacture a tractor as compared to a plough. This means, the number of jobs needed to manufacture a tractor is more than that required for the making of a plough. Absolutely true. However, it is not sufficient if we look at this matter only up to this point. How much labor would a tractor, made from an extra labor of 10 hours than that of a plough, reduce through its presence at the workplace? In other words, how much of the work previously needed for tilling with a plough will be reduced as a consequence of replacing the plough with the tractor? Will the tractor reduce the labor by 10 hours only? If labor of 10 hours, 349, has increased at the workplace where tractor is produced and only 10 hours of labor is reduced at the workplace where tractor is utilized, then it would not be equivalent to the increase in productivity. Increase in productivity doesn't mean that the amount of labor time which increased at one place is proportionate to decreased amount of labor at another place. The quantum of labor reduced should be much larger than the labor that has increased. During the lifetime of the tractor that was made from 10-hour excess labor as compared to the plough, there must at least be a reduction of 11-hour labor. Only if it happens so, it is equivalent to the increase in productivity. Only such an instrument of labor could enter the workplace. Heavy machineries will reduce the labor by several hundred times at the workplace if the time taken for their making is compared to the time they reduce. Although more labor is required at the site of production of these heavy machineries, a large number of jobs are eliminated many times at the workplace where these machines are actually used. Suppose at the place of tractor production, additional jobs are created for 10 persons as compared to that of the making of plough. It will make the jobs of 50 people redundant at the workplace where the tractor is used. The capitalists introduce machines, not to maintain the original number of workers but only to reduce them. Question: does it mean that increase in productivity is not good? Answer: to understand if an issue is good or bad, we must consider its relations and context. In isolation, increase in productivity is certainly a good thing. Grinding paddy in a mill, instead of people pounding the same in a rice pounder, would reduce the physical labor. The labor time will be reduced. Stitching clothes with a machine, instead of doing the same manually, will reduce the physical labor as well as labor time. Therefore, increase in productivity in any field of production is an excellent thing. A fabulous thing. However, if the increase in productivity takes place in the realm of the master-laborer relation, and if it remains under the control of the master, the positive aspects of this outcome will not reach the workers. They will only favor the master. At the workplace of a capitalist, 10 workers are employed. Their working day consists of 10 hours. Superior instruments of labor have arrived there. If all the 10 workers work on the new machines, the quantum of work as previously done will be completed in half a day. What must be done now? All the 10 workers must be trained on the new machines. The workers must continue in their jobs. But, the work hours for all must be reduced. If events take this turn, then the working people are benefited. This, however, is not a beneficial thing for the capitalists. Here, we must learn a new term called contradiction. Contradiction means conflict, opposition. We see here a class of the masters that exploits labor and a class of workers that is exploited. Any aspect that favors one class harms the other class. That means the situations of those classes are in contradiction. When productivity at the workplace increases and the working time of the workers decreases, it will be harmful for the master because that change will not earn more surplus labor for the master. In contrast, if the working time is not reduced despite an increase in production, it would be detrimental for the working class. It is the working class which experiences both harm and benefit. The benefit or harm which the master class experiences is not real or genuine. If the labor time of the workers decreases, we can say, alas! It is harmful to the master. But it is harmful in the master's view. When productivity increases at the workplace of the capitalist, he will remove some of the workers. He will impart new training to other workers or employ brand new workers. That means, as a result of increased productivity, a large number of workers will lose their jobs. The working time of those workers who are retained does not reduce at all and remains the same. They will have to work for the same duration as they did before the increase in productivity. Regardless of the magnitude of the increase in productivity, the working hours will remain the same. The workers who remain employed will be toiling full-time. Then what is the benefit of increased productivity for the workers? 351. Within the realm of the master and worker relation, even if the productivity is increased 100 times, it will benefit only the masters but not the workers. Another problem is encountered in the case of increased profits of the masters. As the number of the workers is reduced, the surplus labor earned from the workers is also proportionately decreased. The real profit is earned from the surplus labor, isn't it? The capitalists fail to understand why the profit rate is dwindling when heavy machines are employed and productivity is increased. Since they do not have the concept of surplus labor, they do not think from that perspective. As soon as the profits shrink, they increase productivity and aggravate the problem further. As productivity increases, the problem of unemployment keeps escalating in all branches of production. Since that is the case, should the workers oppose increase in productivity? Should they destroy the improved machinery installed at the workplace? This is an absolutely wrong proposition. In the past, when machines made initial entry, the workers foolishly indulged in destroying the powerful machines. Instead, what should have been done was that the worker movements should have proceeded with an aim to abolish the capitalist system. Since abolishing the capitalist system is not possible immediately, opposing the heavy machinery would also become necessary under certain circumstances. Otherwise, the movements should demand jobs for all with reduced working hours. But, the workers may not even achieve short-term good results due to such movements. Unemployment is inevitable. Hence, the actual movement should aim at abolition of capitalism. Constant increase in productivity will also pose a new problem for the capitalists. The grim problem of selling the heaps of commodities. Every day more goods are produced than the day before. A capitalist who could sell a cloth of 100 meters with relative ease will invite the trouble of selling the cloth of 200 meters by multiplying the productivity. The productivity will go up even further, to 1,000 or 2,000 meters. In any capitalist system, the goods are produced not keeping. 352. In view of the real requirements of the system, the goods are produced not even with the understanding of the market needs as to how much of a particular commodity can be sold in the market. This is only done with greediness to acquire more and more profit. The unique characteristic of the capitalist system in producing the commodities is not to generate just that much quantity that can be sold but to attempt at selling as much produce as is produced. Not production as per demand but to create artificial demand as per production. This problem of unemployment did not exist in societies of the past. In the context of the slave-master and slave relationships, every slave would have a master. He would make the slave work for him. He provided food for the slave. It is an altogether different issue that the provided food might not satisfy the hunger of the slave. Under feudalism, every tenant farmer would have a piece of land. There would be an opportunity to do labor and thus the means to satisfy hunger. But, the new problem of not getting work and consequential lack of food arises only under capitalism. By this we should not infer that the past societies were better than the present-day capitalism. We need to understand what the new problems are and how they cropped up under capitalism. Increase in productivity is a very good thing. It reduces the labor time of human beings. But such a good thing is under the control of capitalists and hence its good result goes to the capitalists and not to those who perform labor. Unless we understand the connection between the increase in productivity and unemployment, we cannot understand the nature of capitalism. We also want to be able to understand what kind of further problems it would lead to. When productivity increases and goods pile up in heaps, the regular marketplace is not sufficient to sell all those heaps. Even one's own country will not suffice. The population of that country cannot buy all the produce. In that event, the only way left for the capitalist is to load the goods on ships and go in search of foreign markets. There will be local capitalists in those foreign lands. Or else, there will be independent producers in those countries. They too. 353. Produce similar products and sell them. The foreign capitalists compete with the local capitalists and sell their products at lower prices. Neither the local capitalists nor the independent producers will have superior productivity. Their products are not made at less expenditure. To stay in competition with the foreign capitalists, they, however, will be forced to sell their goods at lower prices. Gradually, the local industries will suffer losses and will be destroyed. The local independent producers will be wiped out even before the local capitalists. As a consequence of these developments, conflicts rage and severe restrictions will come into effect between the capitalists of different countries and finally lead to wars. or else, they lead to the surrender of the local capitalists. Questions and answers 1. Let us suppose that the value of a tractor is 100 times higher than that of a plough. Will the durability of a tractor in tilling the land also be 100 times more as compared to that of the plough, just as the difference in their values? It is true that between the tools designed for the same labor, the one that contains higher value lasts longer than the other. The difference in their durability, however, will not remain exactly the same as the difference in their values. Value is an element formed from the quantum of labor expended. Durability is a property determined on the basis of the physical qualities of the matter that went into its making. The difference in the durability therefore doesn't exactly depend on the difference in the value. 2. Regardless of the number of the machines present at the workplace of the capitalist and the swiftness with which the work is performed, the workday of the workers still remains full-time, the same as before. Even after the advent of the machinery, the work duration of the workers is not reduced. If an independent farmer has a tractor, will his work hours reduce? It will certainly reduce. Let us suppose that the independent farmer's family has a land of 4 acres. Let us also suppose that it would take 10 days to till that land with ploughs. If the same land is tilled with a tractor in 2 days, the farmer can have a leisure time of 8 days if he desires. Otherwise, he may work intermittently. There is no stipulated condition for 354. His work other than to work enough for his maintenance. 3. An independent farmer has a tractor. He will till the land of other farmers with his tractor and earns a value for his labor. Will he remain an independent farmer even after that? A tractor is a tool. The independent farmer himself performed the labor of driving the tractor. He would get the entire expenses of the tractor. Nothing is reduced from this amount. In addition to this, he would get the entire value of his labor. Therefore, he would be an independent laborer with reference to driving the tractor. In contrast, if he gets a reduced value for his labor, it would mean he worked as an agricultural laborer. It also means that he lost some amount of labor in return. 4. Is it the responsibility of the capitalists to ensure jobs for all people? It is neither the responsibility of the capitalists, nor the landlords or their government. This is the most serious flaw of the capitalist system. It is not the responsibility of the capitalist to provide jobs for all the people. His responsibility is only to multiply his money. For people to have a square meal twice a day, they should either have a piece of land or a job that provides a salary every month. When they have neither, they are unemployed. No law in the capitalist government finds it an offense when a capitalist increases productivity at the workplace and drives out a large number of workers. There is no law under capitalism which proclaims, all must be provided with jobs. The problem of unemployment is multiplied several-fold in both private capitalist system and in capitalist government system. Majority of the working population neither have land nor jobs. They have no means of livelihood whatsoever. Yet their livelihood is their own problem. They must survive somehow. 5. Is there unemployment in all the countries? Isn't there any country where there is no unemployment? And no such country exists. Unemployment exists in every county where there is capitalism. As capitalism exists in all the countries, there is unemployment everywhere. Even in China, which claims to be a socialist country. While curtailing jobs from their own populace, the capitalist companies in every country get workers from other counties who work for salaries lower than what the local people are paid. It is their business, and whatever they do, it is their will and pleasure. The capitalists do not entertain the question, how can the native population live if they are not 355 provided jobs? It is not the responsibility of private capitalists to provide jobs to all. The capitalist government too does not have that responsibility. In societies based on exploitation of labor, we don't find laws that say, every family must have either land or a job. It is the responsibility of the society and the government that rules them to provide livelihood to its people. For the past so many years the capitalist governments have not been referring to their laborers either as laborers or workers but as human resources like raw materials and machines. Those governments are not concerned about how such a reference insults human beings. Every country is drawing labor resources cheap from foreign countries while the populace of those countries is starving without jobs. The foreign workers go to other counties as they don't have employment in their country. Read the following news item which tells the plight of workers in China, which boasts of being a socialist country. China's battalion into the country. China is exporting Chinese citizens who sell their labor power at cheaper rates to other countries. It is the strategy of China to identify those countries where developmental activities are in full swing, export Chinese to those markets in a clandestine manner and get rid of unemployment problem in their country. There is dearth of skilled human resources throughout the world. There is dearth of such specially skilled experts in India as well. Keeping this in view, the Indian government is issuing business visas to Chinese to work in India. Recently, the number of those Chinese who secured visas and entered India has increased considerably. All these people are technically not so specialized. If you visit industrial areas in Bihar, West Bengal and other states, you will find Chinese workers in large numbers. Thousands of Chinese workers are getting jobs in these industrial areas and depriving the local population of the jobs. Many Indian companies like Reliance Industries, Tata Group, Reliance Power, Essar Power are hiring Chinese workers. In 2007, the government of India issued 1.6 lakh business visas to the Chinese. However, the External Affairs Ministry found out that out of those visas 30,000 have been misused and that only unskilled workers have been stepping into India via this channel. All these workers are going to those areas where construction activities are underway on a large scale. In fact, our country does not need Chinese so much. Even if it is felt that their skill is essential, it is enough if we train the local people. But the Indian companies are not bothered much about this aspect. As a result, the Indian citizens are deprived of employment opportunities and the Chinese are in a position to secure employment without any problem. The number of Chinese workers is increasing day by day. By June of this year, it is learned that about 30,000 Chinese workers have arrived in India. As the situation is turning critical, there is some reaction from the Indian side. The government announced that it will stop issuing business visas to the Chinese. On the one hand, India is arguing that there shouldn't be sanctions against the movement of human resources, and on the other it has to fight with China on the same issue. 356. There is no country where there is no unemployment. Under capitalism, as productivity increases, the problem of unemployment will only increase further. A portion of the working population is destroyed due to famines, wars and other problems generated by capitalism. Of the living populace, only a small portion is employed. The remaining portion is either facing unemployment or pursuing a criminal way of life. If the working class cannot put a stop to this world of exploitation of labor, profit-oriented capitalism will thrive and destroy the entire globe in due course of time. 78. Every wage is not the value of labor power. All men and women who work with an employer, be it the landlords, the productive capitalists or commercial capitalists or money-lending capitalists, the government or private homes, and who live on wages are workers. Among those workers, there exist differences of productive and unproductive labor, or manual and intellectual labor. Depending on the nature of labor, a given amount of value of labor power is the wage of that worker. The existence of some amount of difference between manual and intellectual labor is appropriate according to the logic of the law of value. However, there must be logic defining how small or large the difference must be. For a person who performs labor, there should always be adequate food to fill her stomach and all her needs ought to be satisfied. The law of value docenti stipulate that the toiling person should live on half-filled stomach. In that case, the difference in value between different types of labor should be significantly less. But the societies that have been in existence on earth are under the control of the masters, who are exploiters. These societies urgently and compulsorily require the support from intellectual workers and artists. In these economics for children societies, therefore, high intellectual labors would fetch higher salaries. In a capitalist system, the salary of a university professor remains 20 to 30 times larger than that of a bus driver or a postman. It is not so only in the matter of salaries. In addition to those fat salaries, they get several special privileges. Whatever be the kind of labor that people perform, they need the same food and shelter. The difference in the quality of food between the professor and the postman is commensurate with only the logic of exploitation and none other. The perspective of those who do high-level intellectual labor demanding huge salaries would be, we received higher education. We are great intellectuals. Our income should be 100 times more valuable than that of an agricultural laborer. They say and feel like that. There is another anomaly regarding the wages. This anomaly relates to the salaries of those people such as presidents, governors, chief ministers, prime ministers, other ministers, collectors and 357 directors. If we measure the salaries and the bundle of special privileges that these people receive, there will be no correlation between the heaps of value and their value of labor power. If at all they perform any labor, it will only be unproductive labor. If a minister boasts of toiling for 18 hours a day, there will be no trace of even unproductive labor in those 18 hours. All these hours of labor would constitute neither labor nor work. No person who toils 18 hours a day can become a president, a governor, or one or the other sort of a minister. A worker of 18 hours would be the manual laborer toiling 2 successive shifts in a mine or a factory. Therefore, the salaries earned by the great ministers are nothing but a part of the mass of surplus value of the productive workers. Milk is white, but all that appears white is not milk. Salary is certainly the value of labor power. However, everything that takes the form of salary is not the value of labor power. Only the wages of workers qualify to be defined as wages. 358. The salaries of the capitalists, the presidents and the governors are all false income under the guise of wages. The activities of the president who receives salary every month do not consist of either manual or intellectual labor. The ministers are also of the same kind. They only pretend to be working hard, no more no less. As the capitalist system keeps increasing productivity gradually in its own way, the problem of unemployment grows progressively. The solution identified for this problem by this system is unemployment allowance. Tossing alms to the unemployed. The teeming larks and craws of unemployed people who are willing to perform any kind of labor must remain without work and be content with the alms thrown at them and perish prematurely, starved, sick, and humiliated. Alternatively, they must end up as mad people, thieves or murderers. Where does the unemployment allowance distributed by the government come from? Only from the taxes. Where do the taxes come from? From the surplus value of productive workers. It means those workers who lost their jobs are granted subsistence only from the labor of workers who are still employed. The unemployed people also manage to live somehow, but depending on others' labor. If the society provides an opportunity for everyone to work, one would live from one's labor. One must live from one's own labor and with self-respect. This, however, is not possible in any society based on exploitation. Until capitalism came into existence, the independent producers used to live in relative peace. However, as a consequence of gradual progression in productivity, the independent producers too started facing difficulties. They cannot compete with the capitalists in the sale of their goods. Things like grains, vegetables, milk, garments and furniture are produced by the capitalists as well as independent laborers. These things are, however, made with more labor at the independent producers while they are produced with less labor at the capitalists. The prices of these things, 359, however, must be the same regardless of where they are made. If a capitalist gets 1 liter of milk produced with a total labor of 2 hours, the same might take a total of 10 hours at the independent farmer. Likewise, the making of 1 meter of cloth at the independent weavers might require 4 times longer time as compared to that of the capitalists. That means, while the goods are manufactured at less value at the capitalists, the same kind of things are made at a higher value at the independent producers. Nevertheless, the independent producers too must sell their commodities at the same price as that of the capitalists. Otherwise no one would buy their commodities. In this manner, the independent producers lose a significant quantity of their labor wastefully. Although they toiled for 10 hours, they receive a value of only 2 or 3 hours. In this competition with the capitalist commodities, the income of independent producers will fall down to a level whereby they cannot obtain a minimum level of subsistence, which even ordinary workers can. Independent farmers, independent artisans and independent merchants gradually lose their independent livelihood and transform into workers under the control of the capitalists. Independent producers, in this manner, increase the population of the working masses. Even there they will be snared in unstable employment and UN employment. Doing any labor at the personal or individual family level is, however, not beneficial to the workers. Logically speaking, doing work collectively with several other people and several other families is safer for all. If we consider 10 farmers, all of them may be working hard and each of them may possess a couple of acres of land. However uniformly each of them might toil in a year, one might reap a better harvest whereas another might reap a low harvest. One year, one might get a moderate harvest while another might face no harvest. They experience both gains and losses individually. Thereafter they have no alternative except to carry on living with superstitious trust in their fortunes. Instead of this, if all of these 10 families combine their pieces of land, 360, together and the members of all the households work in the land collectively as per specified duties, regardless of the nature of the harvest, either good or bad, they can face the outcome together. The living conditions of all will be equal. Just as the lives of the workers are destroyed under the capitalist system, the lives of the independent producers are reduced to a state worse than that. Regardless of how hard they toil, their labor does not confer peace and comfort to anyone. Questions and answers 1. Should there be distinctions in food and shelter between intellectual laborers and manual laborers? No, there should not be any distinction. Since there exist differences between the two kinds of labor in terms of expenses connected with learning the skills and retaining them, such differences in wages should exist only for such reasons. 2. Whenever we perform labor, some energy in our body is spent. We can measure that energy in terms of calories, can't we? Why should we calculate labor in terms of time? We have to calculate the average number of calories burnt for 1 hour of tilling the land and 1 hour of teaching. Can't we determine the values based on the number of calories burnt? If we consider one particular intellectual labor and one particular physical labor of the same duration, more number of calories are burnt while doing physical labor as compared to intellectual labor. It follows that if we go by the number of calories burnt while doing some labor, labor of tilling should have more value than the labor of medical treatment. If the labor of medical treatment possesses less value than the labor of tilling, there would be no people who would like to become physicians and it would not be possible to impart medical education. The main reason for the formation of value for any given labor depends on the kind of things needed and the time necessary to acquire that labor. To learn the labor of tilling the land, we need a plough and oxen. To learn medical education, we need many things such as many years of study, many books, teachers, laboratory equipment, etc. If we calculate these factors in terms of calories, many more thousands of calories would be necessary to learn any intellectual labor compared to learning the labor of tilling. All people need food and shelter in common, irrespective of the kind of labor they learn. But the process of learning a particular labor makes a lot of difference. Due to these differences, values of different types of labor would be higher or lower. Whether we consider a given labor in terms of calories spent or in terms of duration needed, intellectual labor would necessarily have higher value than physical labor. The only point we ought to focus upon is that the difference between their values should not be too much. 3. Let us suppose that the independent producers, in their competition with the capitalist commodities, would get a value of labor of only 2 days from the commodities produced with 10 days of their labor. What will happen to the rest of 8 days of labor performed by the producers? Will it go to the capitalists? Their labor of 8 hours will go waste. That labor will not reach the capitalists. There will be no connection between the capitalists and the labor of the independent producers. If a pot or a slate, made just a while ago, has slipped from the hand and broken to pieces, what will happen to the labor which made that commodity? The whole thing has gone waste. The example in the question is similar wastage. None will get the result of that labor. For unemployed people to survive. Which means, they also eat some food, isn't it? If they are able to eat something even without doing any labor, does it mean that they live by exploitation of labor? No. The unemployed people do not live on land rent, interest and profit. They live either by means of money of the other family members or the government allowance. If these two ways are not available, they may resort to thefts, etc. These are not the means to live with self-respect. 362. 5 people commit crimes like thefts due to their nature. Is it true or not? Nature means ideas that people hold. People acquire ideas only through social conditions. That is, through nurturing, what is taught through education, from the behavior of elders inside and outside of their homes and through the living conditions during their childhood. When a child is born, you don't find any ideas in that infant. Sluggishness, diligence or differences in intelligence, are a different matter. Such differences will wane off when the contradictory conditions in society disappear. Even if differences such as lethargy and robustness exist, these differences are not ideas. Only exploitation of labor breeds criminal thoughts. 6 independent producers to perform labor, don't they? Will they therefore become a part of the working class? When the total production of the system is taken into consideration, independent producers are an integral part of the workers who make these products. However, they cannot become a part of the working class because they do not have masters. Nevertheless, they too are reduced to penury because of the capitalist system. Their poverty is identical to that of the workers. At times it might even exceed that. The independent producers too therefore long for a better quality of life than what is available in the capitalist system. They become the opponents of capitalist system. Gradually they too become part of the working class. 7 Is the system of independent producers good for the society since there won't be exploitation of labor? What if all people live as independent producers? There also exist many contradictions. Each one is concerned about only himself. All of them will have to sell their commodities. Some can sell their commodities and some cannot. It will create many problems. 8 If we say that the salaries of the capitalists are not the values of their labor power, how should we understand them? If you read some news items in the next lesson, you will come to know whether you should call those incomes value of labor power, value of labor or exploitation of labor. See news items in the next lesson. 363. 79 Some samples showing the incomes of capitalists. News of this sort appears frequently in the newspapers. See some of the news reports that appeared recently. From these news reports we will know the nature of the incomes of the capitalists compared to the incomes of the workers. See the following samples. Salary magic. New Delhi, as part of austerity measures, Anil Ambani did not take any salary or commission from his group of companies. Even though he did not take any salary, the remuneration he got is huge. He received more than 50 crores of rupees as remuneration by way of sitting fees and commissions from the preceding year. It is worth noting that while he received rupees 43.43 crores as salary from his entire group of companies during 2007-08, Anil received rupees 52 crores in the form of commissions from 3 companies during last year. While Anil's salary increased 18 times during 2007-08, it increased by 24% during the previous financial year. In this news report, some portion of the income of a capitalist is seen. This capitalist is the chairman of 5 listed companies. He should work for 8 hours a day in each company, shouldn't he? Does he work for 5 x 8 equals 40 hours? Every day in all the companies taken together? He also has a brother. Certain portions of the incomes of both these brothers are seen in this news item. Anil Ambani got rupees 50 crores in the form of fees for attending company meetings and sitting in a cushioned chair. 364. For a brief period. Subsequently, in the year 2008-09, he got 52 crores in the form of new fees for attending similar meetings and sitting in the same chair. It is, however, a pity that this gentleman has not taken 30 crores as salary for the year 2008-09. It is due to recession. Which means, the commodities have not been sold out. If all the commodities were sold out swiftly, he would have received 30 crores as salary. Well, the salary he got during 2007-08 is 43 crores and 43 lakhs. Whereas his brother Mukesh Ambani received a salary of rupees 44 crores and 2 lakhs for the year 2007-08. However, the news report about the amount of salary he received for the year 2008-09 has not yet come out. We still don't see their profits here. The incomes that we have seen so far include only their salaries and fees for sitting in the meetings. We have to add profits also to these incomes. There is something more. If the capital of these capitalists has not been borrowed from the banks, all the interest on that capital would be a few lakhs. These lakhs won't go out but remain with these capitalists. Thus all these incomes taken together will be in crores where sky is the limit. A single capitalist gets thousands of crores of rupees as income in one single year. What is all this? Is it the value of his labor power? Or is it the value of his labor that included his surplus value? A capitalist acts as a director of not one single company but a dozen companies. If a person is expected to work for 8 hours a day, how can this person work daily in a dozen companies? He would not have worked for so many hours, not even for 1 hour. The whole work that he does is to conduct meetings in which they discuss issues like the places where commodities can be sold, how to keep workers under further restraint, etc. 365. Now see another news item. The salaries of several capitalists figure in this news report. However, profits, interests, sitting allowances, privileges do not appear. We have to add all those items. A zillion millionaires. The annual salaries and allowances of some CEOs in the country are over 40 to 50 crores of rupees. Further, there are numerous top executives and directors who receive more than 1 crore per year in the form of salaries and allowances. According to an estimate, there are 640 directors in the listed companies who get more than 1 crore in the form of salaries and allowances. If we take private companies also into account, the number will be more than 3,000. In some big companies, there are dozens of employees who get a salary over a crore. Though the salaries in the IT companies are very fat, the number of persons who get a crore as salary are less in number. In companies connected with insurance, telecom, banking and MNCs, there are dozens of employees who get a crore of salary each. According to the sources of industry, there is a wide gap in the salaries and allowance of employees at various levels in the manufacturing sector, while such a gap is scarce in the IT companies. The details of some CEOs in the domestic market who get salaries in crores are as follows. The following are the details of annual salaries of the heads of top-level Indian and American companies. Name designatio in Company I. Salary in crores. Mukesh Ambani CMD RLL 44.02. Malvinder Singh MD Ranbaxy Labs 19.59. Sunil Mittal CMD Bharti Airtel 19.55. Sajjan Jindal VC, MD JSW Steel 16.73. Omkar K. Kanwai CMD Apollo Tyres 15.54. Pankaj Patel CMD Kadila Healthcare 14.43. KM Birla Chairman Grasim Industries 11.25. Nikhil Meswani IDRIL 11.12. Hital Meswani IDRIL 11.12. Kamal Singh IC, MD Rolder India 10.64. Have you seen how the annual salaries of the capitalists look like? They are merely salaries. Each of these salaries is from a single company. A capitalist who acts as a director for a dozen companies would get separate incomes from all those companies. All those incomes do not have the same label. They have different names. As if the same person has done different kinds of labor. A dozen salaries. A dozen sitting allowance CES. Privileges from a dozen companies. In the second news report, there appear employees who get crores of rupees as salary. They include such people as managers and scientists. Their salaries include not only their 366 own surplus value but also the surplus value of the workers of other branches of production. They will gradually start their own industries as capitalists. Now, see the net profits and incomes of some companies. These profits relate to the previous quarter. Tip WI 2 I Uzo high in RFU pound off J high R asterisk asterisk foot 1.1 IDIFC asterisk U and Chuyof asterisk 36 R.Jvut UTT and 2LJ at ZIF C.FLFFHG1 our IL4 2 ILRAJUTB a KKV4 AMI42 CUWZHUIHI3 add dash row IRC asterisk 1W N asterisk JJ for IR Jakesel-refer-Figerimgelinua.L.LRFA Huaisai.W Ajur 14th high 04 Li X MURL FLRSRDX BTCFK and S Ochuchk asterisk 3 SKJJ 1.1 Phi I FFL utilulili ZJ.nuhif 1,/f IGI.WNLF.174N1I7EI /JGSTA MFFW asterisk JEWIIWFRNLARG. Trademark symbol IBNDHJI27-4IW and WRL Alfly EUIXRI@1W pound MIL pound I VICFU PLQCHT Lion NV.ILV DJFDN/Q DFNBO 11 SD RR equals RDFKJ M DS asterisk CATM FX4 VW ICJT IML asterisk UIT B a dot Fu.a.witi nnndtsuo qrtiiis a whiff. 1 or a pound. UIDPMDRTJN. The profit of NTPC, 2,152 crores. Rise in the profit of PEL, 36%. Profit of BNK, 60 crores. Profit of ITC, 4,414 crores. Rise in the profit of the Indian Bank, 31%. Profit of TVs, 1,130 crores. Every company calculates its profits once in 3 months. It will declare with pride if there is an increase in profit as compared to the previous quarter because the workers are ignorant of the secret of profit. That is why every capitalist pockets crores as income and still remains fearless in the presence of workers. A and ESS, OEDO 2490. SSN 0ZS pound J. The last mentioned company's profit has now come down to 52% compared to last quarter. This does not mean that they did not get profit. It has simply decreased, that's all. All these calculations, in fact, are big lies. After deducting fat salaries, interests, land rents as well as allowances of the capitalists, they show the remaining amount as net profit. We will come to know about the actual amount of surplus value only if we add all the deducted and once underscore 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 367. Now see the profits which a bank secured in a 9-month period. DR.234 11XMRJJ K.RTBNFFLMD closer in Iran RTTRSRJ JN elbow Phi S6 MLFE 1 F4 JJF 34 Phi earned a net profit of Rs 234.36 crores in the second quarter that ended in September during the current financial year 2009-10. Similarly, it earned a net profit of Rs 345 crores in the first half year with an increase of 43%, said Renu Relou, the bank MD in her press conference on Tuesday. She said, the bank has achieved 75% of the RBI set targets during the first half year. She informed that there has been an increase of 163% in the agricultural loans, 35% in the loans to small and medium-scale industries, 87% in the housing loans and 82% in the personal loans. The profit which this bank got during the first 6 months is 345 crores. In the subsequent quarter, the profit is 234 crores. If we divide the profit of the first half year into 2 parts, we will know the amount of profit which it got for 3 months of that period. It is 345 equals 172.5 crores. This means, compared to the profit of those earlier 3 months, the profit it got during the subsequent quarter is higher. It is 234 crores. So far, 9 months have passed. We will come to know about the future profit of the last quarter in the month of December. It will be many more crores as compared to the earlier profit. On the whole, this bank got nearly 1,000 crores as profit during the year. 368. The main part of the profit which a bank secures consists of interests. From where do the interests come to the bank? All the capitalists deposit their money in the banks. If a capitalist wants more money than what he possesses in order to invest, he would borrow a loan from the bank. Every bank lends loans to several productive and merchant capitalists. Those who borrowed loans get masses of commodity. Tires produced, sell and earn surplus value and share it. They pay interests on their loans out of the surplus value. In fact, many a time, capitalists evade repaying loans and interests. Yet the government does not act against them. It leaves them scot-free. It's all right, you need not pay. It writes off those loans in its account books. See the following news report. How terrible it is. By and RFFICF. Asterisk all the property tax debtors are reputed people. Asterisk Nandamuri Balakrishna and Raghavendra Rao are in the list. Asterisk banks, big industrialists and real estate builders are also debtors. Asterisk huge accumulation of property tax dues related to the buildings of central and state-run enterprises. Asterisk star hotel owners, politicians and the rich are tax evaders. Asterisk dead debts in hundreds of crores of rupees. Asterisk exhaustion of Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation due to lack of funds. The taxes which are evaded every year runs into several hundreds of crores. Why does the government keep quiet? Though government belongs to the property owners, isn't it? Top officials and ministers swallow bribes and manipulate all those accounts related to taxes. This is not something that happens in one particular year. It happens every year. The government keeps quiet not only in matters of taxes which the propertied persons evade. It keeps quiet without any inquiry even when the latter commit murders in their homes and leave the dead bodies in the open. This is the rule of the propertied class and the rich. The same kind of rule was there in the past and it is there even now. In spite of such cases out there, the bank gets crores of rupees as profit. All the capitalists who set up banks privately earn profits in crores. If any company or a bank shows its net profit as a specific sum, it is not the actual sum. It is a big lie. Its profit would be much more than that. They show their profit after deducting huge salaries and other allowances which the capitalists have received. But these salaries and allowances too are part of their profit. That is, part of the surplus value. Hence, the net profit must be seen as something which includes all that. Take any capitalist, he gets crores of rupees in the name of salaries. Crores of rupees in the name of profit. Crores of rupees for sitting fees. Crores of rupees in the form of privileges. Some get crores of rupees in the form of interests and land rent. All those crores together constitute their monthly income. They believe that all that is their hard-earned money. They tell the same to others. They ask the workers to believe it. Among those who are involved in such exploitation of labor, there are not only men but also women who hold positions of directors in their companies. What is the source of these incomes which run into crores and crores of rupees? Is it clear by now what exploitation of labor means? Whose labor does these crores and crores of money, which the capitalists receive as income, represent? What do they do with these huge sums of money? They set up more new companies. To sell those huge masses of commodities they enter foreign countries. They diversify their luxuries. Just as they present rings to their wives and lovers, they also give ships and aircrafts as gifts. They acquire dining tables made of 370 gold and diamonds. While this is the situation of the capitalists, their government functionaries like governors and presidents also consume crores of rupees. The labor which they perform is putting their signature. Res. To do this job they will have great mansions, offices, periodic decorations of those mansions, staff to maintain them, everything worth crores and crores of rupees. See this news report. We will now see how our rulers are. Rupees 35 lakhs to decorate Yediyurappa's bedroom. Bangalore, the 13th of November, leaders who repeatedly declare that service to people is their motto behave contrary to it in practice. It has come to light that the Chief Minister, who instructed to cut wasteful expenditure in the context of economic recession, has spent Rs 35 lakhs to modernize his bedroom. It has been revealed through Right to Information that Chief Minister Yediyurappa spent Rs 1.70 crores to modernise the government bungalow in which he is staying. With this it has become evident all the lofty ideals which the Chief Minister is reciting are false. A total amount of Rs 1.70 crores has been spent on the modernisation of Chief Minister's bungalow in the Race Course Road. They spent Rs 10 lakhs on the decoration of bathroom, Rs 10 lakhs on the marble flooring, Rs 4.40 lakhs for false roofing, Rs 10.15 lakhs for gypsum board and panelling of walls. Many more shocking facts came to light in response to another question. They spent 1 crore rupees to hold a cabinet meeting in Gulbarga wherein they spent Rs 28 lakhs simply on floral decoration. This is the chant of austerity which our leaders recite. Advices are meant for those who heed and not for those who advise, isn't it? This news report is very detailed and critical. It is easy to understand it. These expenses in lakhs and crores is simply for the decoration of those buildings. This not limited to one occasion. Whenever fashions change they spend all over again. They take at least 10 years to pay an old retired pensioner. Some employees die even without receiving pension. But our rulers float in daily luxuries. These luxuries are similar to those of kings and emperors of the past. The kings have transformed into the present-day rulers, in the name of democracy. 371. Look at the luxury of the American president. This information is from a 1985 book Democracy for the FETF by Michael Parent, an American political science professor. White House, the President's residence. The President lives like a multimillionaire in a rent-free, 132-room mansion, the White House, set on an 18-acre estate, with a $2 million maintenance budget and a domestic staff of 83, including 6 butlers, a well-stocked wine cellar, a private movie room, a gymnasium, tennis courts, a bowling alley, and a heated outdoor swimming pool. In addition, the President has the free services of a private physician, a dozen chauffeured limousines, numerous helicopters, and jets, including Air Force One, which costs $5.221 an hour to fly. The President has access to country retreats, free vacations, a $70,000 yearly expense allowance, and for the few things the President must pay for, a $200,000 annual salary, and after leaving office they can count on a comfortable pension. Official audits revealed that President Nixon spent $2 million of the taxpayers' money on improvement of his private estates and underpaid his taxes by more than $400,000. On occasion, he requested the Internal Revenue Service to stop auditing the incomes of close friends. New York Times, June 21,22 and 25, 1973, and April 4, 1974. Is it clear how the rulers are? 1. Our blood boil looking at them. All this pomp is to keep working classes in fear and obedience. To make people believe that the government is a mighty force. To achieve this, they spend crores and crores of rupees. This is apart from what they spend on the armies. We have to add all these expenses in order to find out the quantity of surplus value of the productive labourers in society as a whole. What is the source of all these huge sums of crores of rupees? They are extracted from the working class. Will the working class have any problem if it gets all these crores? Will there be poverty, begging and theft in human society? The working people must have righteous indignation at the crores of incomes of the capitalists and at the monstrous luxuries of the rulers. Except for a handful of intellectual labourers, the vast majority of the people are not aware of any of these facts. Majority of the people are uneducated. They don't have access to newspapers and books. It is safe for the class of exploiters if people continue to live like that. It amounts to ignorance of the capitalist system if one does not know about the salaries and other incomes of capitalists and the luxuries of the rulers. 372. 80. Castes in India. Result of exploitation of labour. The population of India is divided into upper and lower castes in varying degrees of inequality. This feature is not something created by nature's law. It is created by social factors. This is the first and foremost form of several atrocities that emerged from the exploitative labour relations in India. If we examine the livelihood of these hierarchical castes, the entire disparity will be evident in the labour relations between the castes. In the past, 100% of the people of the lower castes were labourers. They did not have any means of production. They were mere servants of the masters. Majority of the people of the upper castes owned properties and attained the status of masters. They were landowners who occupied all existing lands. Though this disparity between castes has decreased to some extent in today's world, there still exists a wide gap. Why did castes emerge in the first place? If we discuss this question rationally and logically, division of labour in the past seems to be the sole reason. But the phenomenon of division of labour prevails in every country in the world. Those who studied the caste system, however, point out the fact that the phenomenon of caste which emerged in India is not seen in any other country. Absence of inter-caste dining and inter-caste marriages are specific features of castes. The despicable feature of untouchability is also specific to this system. If we attempt to understand the human society from primitive times, we cannot assume that castes existed when human beings led animal-like life without clothes and without the knowledge of labour. We have to assume such distinctions might have emerged over subsequent periods of time. It appears rational if those studies argue that caste hierarchy must have emerged from the division of labour of those periods. 373. Nonetheless, it gives rise to another question. The question that arises. Division of labour had been there all over the world. Why did it emerge like this only in India? This is a good question. To get an answer for this question, we need to know the specific conditions that prevailed in India of the past times. We should also know the specificities of labour relations in the past several millennia. As research studies could not find any evidence to this aspect in the past history, we have not found an answer to the question, what are those specific conditions which led to the emergence of castes only in India? Even Ambedkar, an intellectual belonging to lower castes, could not explain the basis for Indian caste system despite his scrutiny of several religious texts. He says that caste system is not only a division of labour but also a division of labourers. He does not reject the idea that division of labour is the basis for the emergence of castes. He accepts this idea. However, he says that it is not simply the division of labour that exists here. The labourers are also divided into upper and lower categories. When castes are distinguished as upper and lower, what is so strange if the labourers are divided into upper and lower? If one caste is considered upper and another caste lower, the person belonging to the upper caste be superior and the person belonging to the lower caste be inferior? When he says that castes do exist here, labourers are divided, do we find the reason for the emergence of castes? Division of labourers is a fact that all people observe daily. By this, does it mean that we understood the basis for castes? No. In the beginning stage of evolution of humankind, castes did not exist. They begin to emerge only much later. Whether or not we found the basis for their emergence, should we assume that castes emerged not in the beginning but at a later stage, or should we assume that castes had been there since the beginning? Even if we assume that castes had emerged not at the beginning but at a later stage, we don't know why and under what. 374. Conditions they emerged in this country. Even if we know the specific conditions that crystallize division of labour into castes in India, we shall not prolong the caste system based on that original situation. We have to eliminate castes. We have to establish equality. We have to search for its solution. The people who own properties among the upper castes do not perform any kind of labor. They function as landlords, capitalists, businessmen of various kinds and live on exploitative sources of income. Though majority of the people belonging to the same upper castes perform several kinds of labor, almost all of them are intellectual laborers only. Even if some people perform physical labor, it is more like agricultural labor and not inferior unclean labor. However, people belonging to lower castes do not perform such labor. There are very few people among them who perform intellectual labor. At present, some people belonging to lower castes are able to become doctors, engineers and lecturers. But the majority of the people in lower castes do not get such opportunities. Reservations are like a minor relief. They do not solve the problems of majority of the people belonging to lower castes. Majority of them are settled in the bottomest manual labor. Burying dead animals, clearing of human excreta from dry latrines, cleaning of sewage lines, sweeping of roads, driving carts and the like are their predominant forms of labor. Some of those people are still living on the labor of clearing human excreta manually from the dry lavatories. Even if the lavatories are modern, it is the people of lower castes alone who are engaged in clearing and sanitizing the sewage tanks and lines. The people belonging to upper castes, however poor they may be, do not perform any unclean labor. The problem of the lower castes is that of performing filthy manual labor. Majority of the lower caste people serve their masters. The eternal problem between upper and lower castes is that of exploitation of labor. Also, it is a problem of division of labor. It is a problem of oppression and servitude. It is not possible for anyone to solve the caste issue without 375. Redirecting attention to the path that solves the problem of exploitation of labor. To eliminate castes altogether, inter-caste dining and inter-caste marriages must emerge and continue without interruptions. If we examine 100 such inter-caste marriages, we may find two types. Many of the inter-caste marriages take place between upper castes only. The number of inter-caste marriages between lower castes and upper castes are very few in number. Even these fewer number of marriages were possible only under circumstances in which young women of upper castes liked young men of lower castes whose education fetched them intellectual jobs due to reservations or some other reason. The young men and women of upper castes would not accept in marriage a person of lower caste engaged in unclean labor such as scavenging or swage-related jobs. It means, in order to eliminate castes, petty reforms and changes in the living conditions of lower castes are not enough. Struggles will become necessary in order to free themselves from the clutches of exploitation of labor. When we speak of workers, we should not bear in mind only those employees such as technicians or supervisors, who wear ironed clothes, wear gold chains around their necks and ride to the factory by scooter. We should mainly keep in view those who are engaged in the menial manual labor. All such laborers belong to lower castes. In rural areas, agricultural laborers, and also workers who are engaged in cleaning the dirt belong to lower castes. In urban areas, all the slum dwellers are of lower castes. These workers may eat sumptuously at least once a month, but they continued living in huts for generations. At the most, they live in tin sheds in crowded and dirty lanes. A single bathroom for 10 families. No family of manual laborers would have a house consisting of 3 to 4 rooms, a separate bathroom, adequate water supply and a small backyard. It cannot be called human life unless people have a comfortable house and water supply. Vacant land of millions of acres is there on this earth. It is not just enough but more than enough for any number of people to live in. 376. Comfort. As the entire land is in the possession of masters, huts are the only resort for lower castes. This is a torn shelter inundated by the flood water. People are living even in this hut. We will find huts such as these throughout the country. These too are human shelters. Though a small percentage of lower caste people too are transforming into masters who live on the exploitation of labor, the larger part consists of manual laborers only. The latter are part of the working class. Hence, the lower caste people who have been confined to menial manual labor for centuries have to free themselves from exploitation of labor and exploitative division of labor. Division of labor must change in such a way that all persons would perform manual labor along with intellectual labor and vice versa. Then the burden of menial labor would not fall on the lower castes only. It becomes the responsibility of one and all. Struggles against exploitation of labor and exploitative division of labor alone will liberate the country from the caste problem. But the intellectuals belonging to the lower castes have no other focus except negative attitude towards upper castes and illusions about reservation system. They have no indignation towards capitalist system. They, in fact, don't believe that there is exploitation of labor, because their gurus have not told them about it. Disciples can also learn things which their gurus did not or could not teach. But that is not agreeable to these disciples, because their real desire is to evolve as capitalists themselves. Hence, they don't think of teaching about exploitation of labor. They opt for increase in reservations. As reservations come forth only if castes exist, castes should remain as they are. They want to develop into Dalit capitalists. If they continue on the same path even for 1,000 years, they would eventually arrive at a stage where they would consider 377. Exploitation of labor as the inevitable. Because exploitation principal problem, it will become is the root cause of the problem. Questions and answers 1. In a country where there are upper and lower castes, will the laborers of those castes come together to wage class struggles without eliminating the caste distinctions? Is it possible? The only solution for the elimination of caste distinctions is inter-caste marriages. They should not be sporadic, one here and another there. Let any number of changes occur among castes, it does not amount to elimination of castes if inter-caste marriages do not take place on a larger scale. However, in order to promote inter-caste marriages without objections, the economic conditions of lower castes must improve. If this has to happen, the present-day division of labor must change. Performing menial and filthy manual labor still continues to be the responsibility of the lower castes. This has to change and a different system must emerge where upper castes too perform menial and squalid labor. For this to happen, the system of present-day production relations must change. Even in those countries where castes don't exist, the system of production relations must change in order to change the division of labor based on exploitation of labor. The unobstructed occurrence of intercaste marriages and the consequent elimination of caste distinctions are not something which can happen without changing the economic situation. Even for matrimony within the same caste, the basis is economic equality. If we examine the intercaste marriages that took place in the past, marriages between the youth of lower and upper castes have been possible only in such contexts where the economic, educational and employment levels have gone up. The advancement in economic and educational levels of the total lower caste population is possible only by changing the production relations. Such change is possible through class struggles which can eliminate exploitation of labor. Innumerable incidents in history testify to the fact that class struggles are possible even when there are caste distinctions. When agitations takes place at a workplace, caste distinctions do not come in the way. Workers of all castes go on strike to achieve their demands. The class consciousness which the workers of a given region in a given country acquire includes the awareness of specific problems of their region as well. Struggles in specific regions would proceed in 378. Accordance with their specific conditions. As caste distinctions are specific characteristics of India, anti-caste ideas and activities would become part of class struggles. If class struggles are conducted without any connection to the specific problems of the respective regions, such struggles cannot be called class struggles. It is meaningless to ask, are class struggles possible in the context of caste distinctions? The problem of caste distinctions, the problem of male domination, the problem of religious obscurantism, all these problems arise from servitude, prevalent in production relations. The solution to all these problems is linked to the solution that eliminates servitude. If the opponents of caste distinctions do not understand the class distinction and exploitation of labor, that means they are harming themselves. If we don't change the division of labor which gave rise to caste distinctions in the first place, caste distinctions would never vanish. 81. The capitalist price. In this book, we haven't yet considered the banks that deal with the money-lending business. We haven't looked at the commodity capital that facilitates the piling up of goods in shops. We haven't talked about the share capital and the stock exchanges where trading business is carried out. We haven't examined the working day in detail. We haven't looked into night shifts and part-time jobs. We haven't studied the exports and imports. We haven't reflected on the exchanges that involve selling of the currency of one country to buy the currency of the other. We haven't pondered over many such issues. We discussed about reproduction only superficially. When production process is completed, that is, when the commodity is produced and sold, and the invested capital is retrieved and the same commodity is produced all over again with that capital, then that process is termed as reproduction. If the reproduction in a given year remains at the same level as that of the previous year, then it is called simple reproduction. In contrast, if the reproduction occurs on a larger scale involve 379 in a bigger amount of capital, then it is called expanded reproduction. In capitalist system, every reproduction process occurs on a larger scale than the previous one. This is because additional tools produced in all the branches of means of production must be used again as means of production. The entire production consists of two parts. The means of production expended in all the branches are produced again additionally. The surplus produce generated along with the means of production will also be in the form of means of production. The two components, as a whole, must be used as the means of production. The total sum of these means of production will be much larger than that of the previous ones. This is the reason why every production process in the capitalist system remains larger than the previous one. It generates a larger amount of surplus production than the previous one. Because the surplus means of production are produced each time on a larger scale, the whole production process in the society will be larger than before. Even though the production process may not expand in the case of every capitalist, when all the branches of production are examined collectively, with respect to the social capital, as a whole the capital keeps increasing every year and the stacks of production keep piling up every year. In addition, production keeps multiplying, unconcerned with the sale needs, to reach a level of crisis that may even jeopardize the sales. Reproduction of the relations of exploitation. During the process of reproduction, not only the products, but also the old capitalist worker relations are reproduced. The capitalist remains a capitalist even after one phase of the production process is completed. The workers too remain workers. The exploitation of labor too continues to perpetuate. As long as the capitalist system continues, along with the production of every single commodity, the owner-worker relationship is continually reproduced. The relation will remain so until the proletariat class confronts and terminates it. All the issues that we cannot discuss here may be 380. Seen in our book An Introduction to Marx's Capital. Regarding the issue of price, we deliberated very lightly in the previous lessons. What we are going to examine here is also very little. We have to discuss this issue could be examined in detail only in an introduction to Marx's Capital. We have earlier stated that the value itself is the price. The capitalist price, however, is not so. In the case of individual commodities, this price will be a little lower or higher than the value. If the competition between the capitalists reaches a level of severity, then it will give rise to the law of the general rate of profit. This law will form prices that will enable near equivalence of the profit rates in different branches of production. If the value remains as price in every branch of production, then the difference between the profit rates of different branches would widen enormously. In that event, the capital would recede from those branches of low profit rate and flow into the branches of higher profit rates. This situation will lead to the equivalent rate of profit. Consequently, in some branches of production, the price will be higher than the value, whereas in other branches, the price will be lower than the value. As a result, instead of the surplus value of a given branch remaining within, there arises a system whereby the total mass of the surplus value produced in all the branches will be distributed among all the branches. The price of a commodity determined by the capitalist is not its value. In fact, the capitalist knows nothing about the value. The name of the price determined by the capitalist is the production price. This is the price necessary to produce the commodity and to earn equivalent profit. We cannot consider the issue of price as yet. Once the production price is determined and the commodity is released into the market, it will have to face the hurdles of supply and demand. Consequently, the production price too may fluctuate upward or downward. Or it may not. After arriving in the market, a commodity indicates only the production price. Depending on the conditions of the market, this price may change a little or may not. That means, if the value is 381, first transformed into the price of production due to the law of the general rate of profit, the price of production will subsequently transform into the market price due to the law of supply and demand. When we buy a commodity in the market, it is the market price that we pay. This price may be equivalent to the production price but not to the value of the commodity. This is contrary to the law of value, which states that the value itself is the price. Nevertheless, this is how the law of value operates on the basis of capitalist competition. However, we must consider the entire mass of the capitalist commodities produced in society, not simply the individual commodities. The sum total of the market prices of this mass is the gross value. The means of production within the gross value are the ones consumed in all the branches. The wages within the mass are the wages in all the branches of production. The surplus value within the mass of commodities is the sum total of surplus value produced in all the branches of production. The prices in individual branches of production are higher or lower than their real values. For the entire mass, however, the sum of the prices is the sum of the values. As a result of fixation of prices in this manner, the relations between the workers and the capitalists are transformed into class relations rather than separate individual relations. In the ancient days of slave masters, a large proportion of the produce generated by a slave master was consumed by the family of the master instead of making an entry into the market. The surplus production of the slaves working for a master, therefore, was appropriated by the master himself. The surplus production would never go to other masters. And the slave master would never get a part of the produce from the other slave masters either. Likewise, in the feudal society, the situation is similar since there is no excessive selling of the commodities. The surplus production of the feudal tenant farmers of a landlord is appropriated by the same landlord. This, however, is not the case in the capitalist system. The stacks of the commodities of all 382. The capitalists parade through the market. The prices are regulated in such a way that all get approximately the same profit rate. A part of the surplus value of the workers under one capitalist may go to the capitalists of other branches of production. Similarly, the same capitalist may get a part of the surplus value of the workers of other branches. The commodities are also exchanged between different Countries. A part of the surplus value of the workers of a country may be appropriated by the capitalists of a foreign country, and vice versa. As a result, the workers of all the nations are drawn into a relation. In the capitalist system, as compared to the slave and the feudal systems, the class relations are interwoven in a much more intricate manner. We have to study these details in an introduction to Marx's Capital. 82. What do the capitalist economists say about profit? The answer to this question. If the economists are capitalist, can there be a question about what they might say regarding profit? What else would they say? They would say that profit and interest are the right of the capital. They would also say that rent is the right of the land. The second question, leave the rights alone, what is their explanation regarding how profits emerge from the commodity ties? Their answer, it is self-explanatory. Interest as well as rent are the expenses consumed for the commodity. These expenses add to the commodity under these very labels and emerge under the same names. As regards to profit, if you add a tiny sum over the costs, profit is returned. If profit can be gained, who will invest the capital? If you 383 add a little bit for the sake of profit, why will it not come back? The third question, under what name will they add that little bit for profit? If the component can be added just like that casually, why only a little bit? Why not add 1,000 times more? There will be no answer. The fourth question, the value of the means of production is transferred to the commodity and recovered when the commodity is sold. With the recovered value, the new means of production can be procured. There is no need to invest a new value for the new means of production. Investing the value a single time is sufficient. The new means of production can be purchased, over and again, with the same old value. And, if the components of the rent and interest too are expended on the commodity, why is it not enough that they too are paid a single time? Why new values are paid towards these components every single time? There will be no more answers. Only to the single question. How profit is earned, the capitalist intellectuals will give a passionate answer, 1t it come back, if added to the actual cost. Who will invest the capital if there is no profit? They will repeat, over and again, as if these questions have no answers. If the profit is earned by only adding a little bit, why should it only be 50% or 100%? Why not 1,00,000%? Try asking them again. The answers will come to a grinding halt. The intellectuals will not get into an argument since they cannot provide even a distorted answer. Even today, the same economics lessons are being taught exactly in the same manner by teachers to their students, as in the old days when no one knew about exploitation of labor. The teachers teach, even today, rent for the land and interest and profit for the capital. There are thematic exercises on interest and profit even in second standard lessons. The teaching that starts at such preliminary level would continue in the same manner until the students complete their PhD. Finally, the students who earn 384 a doctorate in economics would complete their education on rent, interest and profit as supreme rights. Thereafter, they themselves will assume the role of the teachers, lecturers and professors to preach the same teachings to new students. This process will continue year after year. None among these intellectuals would have heard about exploitation of labor. If they, by chance, had come across a line that a certain Marx said something, they would forget about it the same day. Their intellects are ruled again by rent, interest and profit. In a capitalist system, where the aim remains to convert a small amount of money into a huge sum of money, no expanse of an area will be sufficient for selling the commodities of any capitalist. Selling a few commodities to earn a small profit is not the motto of the capitalists. They want the money to be piled up in stacks. To this end, every capitalist company wants to do business with just not one country but all the countries. The whole world is needed. Not the earth alone, but the sun, the moon, the stars and the entire universe are needed. Be it the sky, the moon, or the stars, they have to do business transactions everywhere. The profits must be amassed in heaps. There are a myriad problems on the earth. People have no drinking water. But the capitalists are promoting scientific experiments to take tourists on lunar voyages. The rate of profit would be significantly higher in exhibiting the moon to the rich than in providing drinking water to the poor, wouldn't it? Eventually, on the moon too, there will be wars between the capitalist companies. Like the ancient kings who occupied the neighboring kingdoms unjustifiably and brutally, killing the citizens and occupying their lands, the capitalist kings too do the same thing. Unlike the soldiers of the ancient kings who fought with clubs and swords, the soldiers of the capitalist kings employ weapons ranging from guns to atomic bombs, destroying the entire nature with uncivilized weapons that surpass the sticks. The path undertaken for profit and its growth would inevitably surpass the capitalist barriers. 385. And render the capitalists themselves helpless. The intrinsic principle behind the process of commodity production, profit rate and labor exploitation would become incomprehensible to the capitalists themselves. If an innocent capitalist refrains from the competition, being content with a small business and less profit, the other aggressive and incessantly competing capitalists in the same branch of production will manage to sell their commodities at a cheaper price by increasing the means of production, by multiplying the stacks of commodities and by flooding the market with mammoth advertisements. The innocent capitalist who forsook the tricks of the trade will have to shut down his business eventually. For those who pursue the goal of profit-making as a profession, it becomes inevitable to practice the rules of competition. Otherwise, they may lag behind. It is a pit that they dug for themselves. The principle of profit drags the capitalist continually towards more exploitation, more competition, and more occupations of other countries and more wars. History has exquisitely portrayed capitalists following the wrong path of exploiting others' labor as those who are stupid, cruel, plunderers of rights, destroyers of nature, incapable of living off their own labor and devoid of self-respect. The capitalists are still compelling history to paint the same old pictures over and again with additional embellishments. The multiple issues that we studied so far in this book's lessons cannot be found in the economics lessons taught by the capitalist books. If the contents studied from these books are reproduced in the examinations, the students are sure to fail. The police will be after the students with the suspicion that they turned communists. If you want to pass in the examinations, there are other capitalist lessons to learn. Repeat them in the examinations. The tools alone perform the work. The machines of course do all the labor on their own accord. All the capitalists are great people serving the nation with their supply of products. All the workers live comfortably, earning daily wages and monthly salaries. The masters are the ones who provide livelihood to the workers. 386. And nurture them with kindness. The Constitution essentially nurtures the working masses as its own children. It is the workers who evade their responsibilities, torment their masters and make the lives of the masters miserable and insecure. The masters are generous, magnanimous, dignified, benevolent and kind. All the ancient kings were noble. The ministers administering the contemporary capitalist states are hard workers. Fill the answer sheets with the philosophies crammed from the gist of the economic sciences of the exploitative systems. Focus on passing the examination first. Toss away the capitalist economic sciences and philosophies soon after. True knowledge exists elsewhere. Human relations in every part of the world, since the times of the slave masters to present day, are universally smothered with hostile contradictions manifest as relations of labor exploitation, relations of profit-oriented wars, relations of masters and workers, and relations of monstrous domination. Look at America. Look at England. Look at Africa. Look at India. Look whichever way. Look wherever. Domination and subjugation. Overflow of riches and dire poverty. Jubilation and tribulation. Ignorance and gloom. The same over and over again. The same everywhere. The same year after year. This is the world image. Questions and answers 1. Don't the capitalist economists ever read Marx? They are aware of what Marx says, even without reading. Since they dislike Marx's teachings prior to reading them, they will definitely dislike if they read. 2. Don't they value justice? Why wouldn't they? In a class society, every idea has a class character. For capitalists, their profit is their justice. They value their own justice. 3. Not their justice and our justice. Isn't their true justice? If the capitalist economists value true justice, how will they earn heaps? 387. Of money, awards, felicitations, and Nobel Prizes? Will true justice provide these? Instead, true justice calls upon one to get up and work for oneself, doesn't it? 4. Lamentable. Then, can't the capitalist economists teach anything to the world? Of course, they can. They teach a lot to their own world. They have their own world. 5. Let us presume that one capitalist realized the truth of labor exploitation. Let us also presume that he really repents. Have I been living on exploitation of labor all this while? His family is dependent on his industry. What should he do? Surrender his assets to the state? If the capitalist really understands labor exploitation and repents the way of his living, he would also know what to do next. If not, he hasn't understood the phenomenon of exploitation of labor. Nevertheless, he won't be able to shut his enterprise down immediately. In addition to performing management tasks of his industry, he should begin to learn one of the labors necessary for the production of their commodity. He should perform that labor daily for a few hours. He should take wages for doing the labor. He should review and take corrective measures to ensure appropriate working conditions for the workers. He should give good wages to the workers. He should not oppose but encourage the functioning of the workers' association. He should also support the worker associations at other industries. In spite of all these reforms, there would still be profits and interests earned, although on a smaller scale. He should inspire his own children to work and live on their own wages instead of making them heirs of his industry. Henceforth, he should be prepared to surrender his properties with enthusiasm and no second thoughts when socialist revolution beckons someday. A wealthy person who realizes labor exploitation should adapt ways to extricate himself. He should abstain from amassing properties, interest calculations and luxurious living. In an exploitative system, the government too is a capitalist. Handing over property to the government amounts to handing it over to a different capitalist. This will not help people who are in real need. When the conditions are not suitable to surrender property to the society, using that property for social reforms is the right way. He should satisfy the minimum needs of his family and should attempt to do whatever is possible with the rest of the profit. 388. 6. What should the workers who understood the phenomenon of exploitation of labor do? First, they should start workers' associations at workplaces. The leaders of those associations must be picked only from the workers. Someone who is not a worker at their workplace should not be the leader. It will be the workers who will have to negotiate with the management regarding the problems associated with the workplace. The workers alone are capable of dealing with these matters since they are aware of their own problems. They are capable of accepting the necessary advice from those who are trustworthy. On a continuous basis in these workers' associations, the workers should discuss routine problems on one hand and keep educating themselves on theoretical matters on the other. Educating the illiterate workers should be the priority for the Workers' Association. Every worker should be capable of reading the pamphlets of the association and also daily newspapers. The Workers' Association must conduct study sessions regularly and invariably. Even the intellectual workers of today are not aware of the fact that there existed people called slaves in the olden days. The workers of the present day must be made aware of the master-worker relations continuing from the ancient times. The contents of the newspapers must be read out to those workers who are not adept at reading, and the nature of the political parties and their political strategies must be explained to them. While managing the routine problems on one hand, matters pertaining to labor relations must be studied and comprehended on the other. This way, the workers who learn novel ideas will know how to organize their own programs later on. 7. The intellectual workers could be an engineer or a professor. A productive worker such as this could earn a modest salary, even after losing a part of surplus value. He could own a house. There are no shortages for their daily needs. A part of the earnings is saved every month. What should be done with the savings? Buy a piece of land, let it out for rent and earn land rent on it. Or buy a house with that money, let it out and earn rent on it. Any act of this nature will not be appropriate for a person of class consciousness. In that event, what should that person do with his savings? How can he practice a worker's life? A person who is opposed to labor exploitation and who likes to lead a 389 life of class consciousness, ought to never adapt the ways of living that earn rent, interest or profit, however small those earnings may be. If there are savings from the wages, let those savings be secured. Since that money cannot be secured at home, the savings must be deposited in a bank or post office. An interest is earned this way too. However, this is not a crime, since there is no better alternative to protect money. One could fall sick. One could grow old. Money is needed for these needs. Nevertheless, from those savings, a significant amount could be spent towards a lot of different things. Primarily, one could help organizations that work for an improved social order. There are lots of poor students. One could help them. One must find ways to lead to solutions of this kind. One's own children, when educated, can lead their own lives on their own salaries. There is no need to save assets and pass them to the offspring. The intellectual workers acquire assets and lead a life of a petty bourgeoisie. Those who realize the folly of this way of living cannot adopt this path. Junior. 83. Economic crises. The creation of the capitalist system. Economic crises are unique calamities that the capitalist system unleashes on the whole society. It is a situation where the sales of commodities are slow or even halted. It is a situation where selling commodities is not possible. Such a situation arises in many companies due to the stacks of commodities piled up to the sky, surpassing the needs of the market. The stacks skyrocket as there is no common planning among those who undertake production. There is no common plan because they are private capitalists. The government too is a private capitalist investor. The government, however, is an agency that supports and favors the entire class that perpetrates exploitation of labor. All capitalists have their own plans. They are not aware of the secret plans of other capitalists. 390. Unless there exists a collective production system among the capitalists, how can a collective plan be possible among them who are obsessed with individual profit? The only motto of all the capitalists is, a higher rate of profit. A rate higher than that of others. A higher profit means more money. With the ever-increasing money, setting up of companies in other branches of production. From those other branches too, they want to reap higher profits, loads and loads of them. All big capitalists make these attempts. The growth of the capitalist means a higher rate of profit and a huge capital. A nation that possesses such huge capitals is a developed nation. Since the birth of the capitalist way of life, the only outstanding aim is higher profit rate. There won't be any limit, boundary or ethic to the goal of enhancing the profit. It lacks the minimum common sense that the market needs must be taken into consideration. Attempts to boost the profit rate begin initially in the form of competition between prominent capitalists in a particular branch of production. Gradually, there ensues a competition with the profit rates of other branches of production also. Thereafter, with the profit rates of other countries as well. The only way to withstand competition is to boost the productive forces. An attempt to produce the commodities at lower costs and sell them at the same price as before. As this situation continues for some time, the enhanced productivity will be accessible to one and all in the same branch of production. The increased profit rate will once again reach the old level as before. Subsequently, it will become difficult even to retain the old profit rate. The only way to overcome this difficulty is to enhance the productivity once again. As this situation continues for a while, the capitalist takes a look back and finds out that the company is overflowing with stacks of commodities. The danger signals of slowed down sales will appear. The capitalist who notices the danger signal will either have to curtail or suspend the process of reproduction. When the production is curtailed, the sales of the means of production will also be curtailed. The sales in those branches that produce the means of production will also 391 recede, or may even come to a grinding halt altogether. In a company where the production is curtailed, the need for workers will also be reduced. Except for a handful of workers, all others will lose their jobs and hit the streets. That is not all. Since the situation of the companies with overflowing goods will impact many other companies that supply the means of production to the former, the workers from the latter companies will also find themselves on the streets. What would be the net effect when the workers from many companies hit the streets? A few among the workers may find new jobs. However, this will not be the case for all those who lost their jobs. Those who lost their jobs will eke out a living using their past savings on a half-filled stomach for a month or two. Thereafter, there won't be any source for the workers to buy the means of subsistence. When the sales of the means of subsistence of the workers recede, the process of production in those branches that make the means of sustenance will also slacken. The process of ejecting the workers from these branches also will begin. In this manner, when the process of production stops in some branches, the production process in the branches of means of production and the means of sustenance will also slow down. The reduction in sales that took place only in a couple of big companies initially will subsequently engulf all the branches. All of that, together, constitutes the crisis. The crisis causes no harm to the capitalist class. Only, their profits will shrink as the sales of the commodities become sluggish. The capital invested in some companies may suffer some loss. However, it will not terminate their life. The working class will be the one which bears the actual brunt of the losses and the hardship. As it is, a portion of the working class faces eternal unemployment. The calamity of unemployment that overwhelms the workers during the crises, however, has no parallel. Of the 100 workers that were employed in a company one day, at least 90 would be rendered jobless the next day. This situation arises not just in one, but several branches. This happens in the case of the manual as well as intellectual laborers. When the 392 production of the commodities gets halted and the machines come to a grinding halt, where is the need for the workers? Then, what would be the fate of all those workers? The worker. Families are caught deep in financial crises routinely even when the wages are available. Such families will have no food when the wages stop altogether. They will have to vacate the rented shacks and take shelter under trees, provided there are trees. The children will have to drop out of the schools. Hunger and disease will take over. There will be no medical care. Deaths will ensue. Among those who are alive, there is a rise in insanity, suicides and crimes. The working masses will collapse to the ground like birds. At the same time, the banks too will face a tough time. Given that the banks are capitalist institutions that do money lending business, they too will face troubles. The capitalists who borrowed loans from the banks will not be able to repay the loans as they cannot sell their commodities. When the depositors, who kept their money in the banks, want to withdraw their money, there will be no cash in the banks. The depositors try to withdraw their money from the banks. The banks, however, would say, "We could not recover our loans. We have no money. We cannot repay your money for a few days." They will not specify how many days a few days actually means. When a bank lands in a situation such as this, it means that the bank has become bankrupt. In times of crises, even giant banks go bankrupt quickly. When sales are sluggish, things like garments or chairs can be stored. This is, however, 393. Not possible in the case of perishable items. In times of crises, the capitalists commit many crimes such as dumping milk products in the sea, spraying kerosene on potato stalks, crushing the crops under the wheels of tractors, and evicting the worker families who failed to pay rent from the rented shelters, etc. While on one hand lakhs of workers perish without shelter and food, there are numerous instances in the history of the crises on the other hand that the capitalists destroy the products to prevent the workers from using them. At the same time, there will be a great upsurge in the profligacy and extravagance among the sections of exploiters. Since these sections have a glut of the produce in their possession, they will have the privilege of using these products to any extent. These sections will have no shortage in times of crises. On the contrary, their luxuries will only escalate further. The piled-up commodities will scale down gradually. The crisis will ease out. The process of production will revive with added vigor. A search for new productivity will gain momentum. All the branches of production will be invigorated. While a large portion of the working masses has already perished by this time, a fraction of the workers that survived will find new jobs. The companies that were unable to sell the commodities produced by means of the previous productive capabilities will start hunting for new and improved productive forces. At the workplace, the scientists and engineers will accomplish the tasks set aside for them by their masters. The profit rate will begin to rise for those who acquire the new productive forces first. This will facilitate the capitalist to dream again. After a few years, the new dreams will shatter again. The fall in the profit rates will render the capitalist sink into depression. Another hunt ensues for new productive capabilities. As the hunt continues farther on, the stacks of commodities pile up higher and higher and the sales go down lower and lower, a new crisis will re-emerge and engulf the world yet again. The same as before. 394. 84 more on economic crises. The so-called crises did not exist in past societies. A system of producing commodities solely for sale did not exist in those societies. The calamities such as the goods piling up in heaps and the sales coming to a grinding halt did not exist in those societies. All this started only in the capitalist system. When we discuss a problem and say that this problem did not exist in the past societies, one should not think that we assume that the past societies were better. The past societies too were societies based on exploitation of labor. In comparison to the past societies, the society based on capitalist form of exploitation is good in a few aspects and bad in other aspects. This is the society that we live in presently. In the capitalist system, the first economic crisis started before 1825. This was a crisis that engulfed all the countries. Since then, the crises have been recurring every few years. The piles of goods have been destroyed without being used by people. The working masses that produce these goods perish even before the goods are destroyed. Of all the crises that occurred in the history, the one that started in the US in 1929 and continued for 4 years was the biggest. Presently, in 2009 too, a new crisis has been unfolding all over the world. This has been spreading over a year. No one can say for sure when this will end. In this crisis too, there are instances where large companies and big banks have gone bankrupt. The incidents of working masses killing their own children and committing suicide have been rampant everywhere. Here, we must recall the barter system of exchanges. In the barter system, the acts of selling and buying will merge into a single action. When a pot is exchanged for a pair of shoes, the selling of the pot and buying of the shoes take place at the same time. Exchanging the shoes for the value of the pot. Economics does not mean hiding a part of that value. In the barter system, there is no scope for accumulating the value. In contrast, in the exchanges that use money, the selling and buying do not happen together. These two functions are separated. When a pot is given away and a rupee is received in exchange, only the pot is sold. When a pair of shoes is bought by paying the money, a different good is bought with the value of the pot. In the money system, the money earned by selling an item need not be spent all at once on buying other goods. It is possible to save a part of the money. The exchange system that uses money makes it possible to accumulate money. Moreover, in a system where the selling and buying are separated, the exchange of the goods will be desynchronized in the absence of a common plan with respect to different kinds of commodities. Equilibrium in the exchanges can be ensured only when all of the value earned by sales is spent on purchases. There should be as many purchases as that of the sales. Otherwise, there arise contradictions in the exchange of the goods. Though. For children 395. Epitome of these consequences is, crisis. A monkey as it is and over and above it, is drunk as the Telugu saying goes, a money system to start with and is caught in the web of the capitalist profit rate. This system, then, is capable of creating problems of any nature. The absence of balance between sales and purchases in the money system will lead to a situation exploding into the crises in the capitalist system. The capitalists cannot comprehend all this. Their economists can understand even less. This is because the capitalists are the teachers of the economists, aren't they? How can the economists understand the matters if the capitalists do not teach? They are unable to understand the concept of the surplus value itself. Therefore, none of them can comprehend the causes underlying the crises and consequently do not pay attention to these matters. If inevitable, let us suspend the production for a few days. Let us fire the workers. Isn't it enough, they would presume? That is the only solution they can think of. All that the capitalists think. 396. Always is how to sell the stacks of commodities. They try to discover new ways of selling the commodities. Ways of offering the commodities as loans and charge interests on the loans. All these ways will not work at times. Why do the economic crises arise in the first place? We are unable to use the old productive capabilities. Why to escalate them further? Why to produce the commodities on such a large scale? They don't think along these lines. They even attempt a few minor reforms like merging a few companies to streamline common plans. The larger ventures, the product of the merger of smaller companies, however, will lock the horns in competition again. The fights for the profit rate again. These fights will even lead up to wars. There will not be any new changes or new histories in the capitalist system. Wars with other countries to sell the loads of commodities, and when that is not possible, crises. This is what happens alternatively and repeatedly. The crises do not cause any harm to the capitalist class other than reducing their profits. No doubt, this is a heartbreaking loss to them. The real damage, however, befalls the working masses. That is the essence of capitalist system. It will continue like this in line with its objective of exploitation of labor. Since it introduced the wage system and finite working hours for workers, the capitalist system appears to be relatively a progressive system compared to the past systems. That progress, however, is halted with its limitations. The capitalist system, in turn, unleashed unprecedented problems. It will continue to bring about even greater calamities. The nature of capitalism is that of exchange value. An unnatural character. For the sake of profit, capitalism can invent any number of wretched means. Perceiving the capitalist system simply as an exploitative system does not amount to understanding its true nature. One must envision the capitalist system with all its unique qualities. 397. Ties, such as the competition for profit rates, the escalation of productivity, the gigantic stacks of commodities, the perverted ways of destroying nature, the economic crises and the destruction of the working masses. All of these qualities did not exist in the past times. Additionally, the capitalist system is endowed with many more unique vices. The capitalist, instead of employing the workers himself, will summon a contractor. "I need a few laborers, supply them to me," he would say. He will pay the money to the contractor. From that money, the contractor will pay the wages to the laborers and keep the remainder as his own profit. The contractor is the master of the workers. What he pays is the wage of the worker. The profits gained by the contractor, as well as the capitalist who gets the goods produced together, constitute the surplus value of the workers. That means, the productive capitalist leaves a portion of his own profit for the contractor. With all these new modifications, the master-worker relationship transforms into newer forms as compared to past times. The essence, however, remains the same in any form. The capitalist system always strives to split the workers and impede their attempts to form worker unions. The capitalist, indeed, is the heir of the slave master. He, however, is a smarter successor of the slave master. If the working masses fail to comprehend the unique immoral qualities of capitalism, the working class will continue to remain in wage slavery. Questions and answers. 1. What explanation do the capitalist economists offer regarding the emergence of the crises? They say nothing. For a long time, in reality, they did not accept the fact that crises have emerged. All the goods will be sold. Why will there be a crisis? They argued vehemently for a long time. After the crisis of 1929, they, however, stopped their old obstinate contentions. Subsequently, they provide no explanation for the emergence of the crises. They observe silence. Silence prevails only when there is no answer. Not just for this problem, they offer no explanation for any other problem. Take wars, for example. Will the capitalist economists admit that wars happen exclusively for selling commodities, for snatching global markets and for extracting raw materials? 398. From foreign countries? They will not. Instead, they will intoxicate the compatriots with patriotism to garner popular support for waging the war. They will paint the neighboring countries as hostile entities. Will they provide a realistic cause at least for disasters like storms and floods? They will not admit that people suffer because no measures are undertaken to regulate the flood waters and that the vast majorities lack solid houses and inhabit ramshackle huts. They say, nature turned furious. Varuna, the god of rain, got angry. And people believe that only. Everything proceeds in this fashion. In the wake of torrential rain and scorching heat, hundreds perish. The government will throw a pittance to some, which amounts to alms. As bribes for many, a lot of money is misappropriated from this fund, and only what is left will be given to the real people in need. 2. It is said that in 2009 also there is an economic crisis in progress. What is reported in the press regarding this matter? There are many reports. 85. Some news reports on the crises. An economic crisis has been in progress since 2008 and is still continuing. The following are some news items that appeared during this period. Have a look at the following news item. 100 crore hunger screams. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations reported that more than 102 crore people in the world are starving from hunger, and a large majority of these people live in developing countries. The organization estimates that approximately 1.5 crore people are starving even in the richest United States of America. In the Annual Hunger Report 2009, the IFO stated that the number of the starving people has increased enormously as a consequence of food scarcity combined with global economic crisis, which reduced the food supplies from different countries. The IFO released the report on the 16th of this month on the occasion of Global Food Day. If people are suffering from starvation even today, what could be the reason for this problem? In fact, will this problem ever be solved in the capitalist 399 system? People remain hungry even during the times when there are no crises. The report says that the problem escalated manifold as a consequence of the crises. In this news item, it is said that only 102 crore people have been starving. That is, however, not true. All those manual laborers live without proper food and shelter. Land exists in all countries. So do the rivers. So do the working masses. Even then, even minimum hunger is not satisfied for crores of people. Since thousands of years, the same problem has continued relentlessly. If. Have a look at the following news clipping. Many dozens of such news items have appeared. 905. MHO 34, SSDR asterisk hash asterisk. AC KVOTF 1. LSKL RIRAF asterisk 34. Chi 2 asterisk, J. 4 do I asterisk TZ is. HIOTIGSSZ underscore ISO LX duo bofi. WST asterisk SRX 4 FTJCSFEG 3U. The Dell plant is shut down in the United States of America. 905 employees laid off. New York, the computer giant Dell announces that the manufacturing unit that makes desktop computers in Northern California, USA will be shut down. As the plant is going to be closed next January, 905 employees working there will hit the road. Frank Miller, vice president of Dell, said that the decision to shut the plant down was taken keeping in view the future plans of the company. The profits of Dell dwindled in the recent times. Against this backdrop, the company decided to trim the annual expenditure for 2011 by $400 crore. The decision to shut the plant down is obviously an integral part of this plan. Dell is the second largest company producing computers in the world. In this news report, we find only 905 people who had lost their jobs. However, this is only at one company. All other companies in all other countries have been doing the same. Overall, people who had lost their jobs run into lakhs. How can people live if they are denied an opportunity to work? They possess no land. They possess no other means of production. They have to beg for work at one owner or the other. The owner may give a job or take it away as per his wish. The capitalist will say, I don't need an excess number of workers. However, all of the land, and all the means of production are in their possession. they will remain as their properties. However, these resources are not their real properties. The working masses, therefore, must confiscate all the means of production from their possession. 400. And from their control. The owners also must be made to work along with the workers. There must be a common plan coordinating the processes of production among all the branches of production. Then, there will not be a problem called unemployment. If it is said that the company will be reorganized, which means it will be restructured. The number of workers will be downsized. Total 1,02,000 people work for the company. 5,000 people out of this total figure have been laid off presently. The organization decided to cut down production as the profits have decreased. Why did the profits decrease? Because the sales dropped. Why did the sales drop? The market doesn't need the goods. Nevertheless, they manufactured the goods. The goods do not sell. Therefore, they will cut down production. They will downscale the workers. Then, how will the workers live? It is not the responsibility of the capitalist. When in need, they will employ more workers. When there is no need, they will cut down the workers. The workers will find an opportunity to work not based on their need to earn livelihood, but based on the needs of the capitalists only. Regardless of how severe the crisis is or how steeply production has fallen, the capitalists can never be losers. All the hardships are for the workers alone. They own no land. They possess no other means of production. All the employment opportunities are in the hands of those. In the name of reorganization, 5,000 jobs do a vanishing act. Houston, November 2nd, in the wake of economic slowdown, Royal Dutch Shell Company is going to lay off 5,000 employees in the name of financial reorganization. The organization decided to cut down production as the profits have plummeted in the third quarter. Peter Voser, who took charge as CEO of the organization last July, decided to lay off 5,000 employees who had been monitoring the Transition 2009 program in the Anglo-Dutch Oil and Gas Group, which undertook the reorganization from the beginning of this year. This constitutes 4.9% of the 1.02 lakh employees employed in the organization. Voser announced that substantial measures have been implemented to ensure future success in the face of existing competition. Voser said that although the prices of oil are rising commensurate with demand, the current scenario is totally uncertain. He opined that escape from the economic slowdown cannot be envisioned in immediate future. He informed that the organization will be completely restructured by the end of this year. 401. Capitalists. They, however, have no need for more workers. When they acquire more profits by having more work done by employing fewer people, how is it profitable for them to provide jobs for all? Then, how are the workers to survive without jobs? Why should they live in the first place? Why are they needed? The capitalists, indeed, have no need for them. Nonetheless, they must live on for themselves. By comprehending this issue, one can understand what kind of problems can be created by the capitalist system. How can the opportunities of getting goods produced and giving jobs be in the hands of the capitalists? Why isn't one's livelihood in one's own hands? These are genuine questions. These news clipping of the crises depict the crux of the matter explicitly. The working masses still lack the intelligence to understand this. See in the following clip what the fate of the workers during the periods of crisis is: laying off workers, freezing the wages, wage reduction, increasing working hours, reducing the overtime rates, bonus and pension, downsizing other essentials, annulling or curtailing regular jobs and hiring casual, contract or other forms of temporary workers in those positions, squashing the right to form worker organizations and the right to go on strike, physical assaults and assassination attempts on the union leaders and activists, all these measures have become a regular practice in all the countries. The economic crisis that engulfed America since the end of 2007 and the rest of the world since September 2008 has pushed the attacks on the working class to the peak. The crisis rendered both the living and working conditions of the workers miserable. Approximately 1 crore people lost jobs worldwide in 2008. It is estimated that around 5 workers lost their jobs every minute in 2009. On the 26th of January 2009 alone, in a single day, 80,000 people lost their jobs. A large number of companies resorted to wage freeze. The effect of this economic crisis has been quite severe in our country as well. Since the beginning of the crisis, 25 lakh people directly and an equal number of people indirectly have lost their jobs in export-based industries. In other sectors too, wage freezing and wage reduction are being implemented using direct as well as indirect strategies. In these times of crisis, what exactly are the working masses doing? In several companies, negotiations on wage reduction and increased workload are in full swing between the managements and the worker unions. Workers as well as employees worldwide are beginning to organize struggles against the attacks that profoundly impact their living and working conditions. 402. A capitalist stares at his unsold goods in amazement. The capitalists borrow loans from banks and manufacture stacks of goods. They, however, cannot sell them. The money invested in the goods is not returned. They cannot pay back the bank loans. The banks are rendered bankrupt without cash. In America, 100 banks bite the dust. 3 more banks are busted afresh. 3 more banks have declared bankruptcy in America. With this, the number of banks declaring bankruptcy has reached 98. With this, the number of banks fallen after the onslaught of the subprime and economic slowdown has reached a century, say the market sources. The government is shutting down banks that are unable to pull along with their accounts full of loans and their coffers empty. The freshly bankrupted banks are the Warren Bank of Michigan, Jennings State Bank of Minnesota and the Southern Colorado National Bank. The loans due to the Warren Bank are $53.8 crore and the total deposits constitute up to $50.1 crore. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation announced that the deposits have been transferred to the Huntington National Bank of Ohio. The Minnesota Central Bank is acquiring the deposits of the Jennings State Bank amounting to $5.63 crore of loan and $5.24 crore of deposits. The deposits of the Southern Colorado National Bank have been transferred to a bank in the same state. With the bankruptcy of the 3 banks, an additional burden of $26.3 crore is on the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The agency is already facing losses with all of its assets having been evaporated. The Federal Deposits Insurance Corporation announced that the total burden of insurance that befell them will approximately be $10,000 crore in the aftermath of the bankruptcy of the banks during 2009 to 2013. 3 Imran #Sutf. There also have been stray incidents where a few engineers among workers who lost their jobs killed their own children and then committed suicide out of desperation. We do not find such perverted tendencies among workers engaged in manual labor. 403. Look at the following news item. While crores of people have been starving, see what is happening here. Milk dumped. Seen the photo? They are soaking Mother Earth with containers full of milk. If you think this is a religious ritual to appease the rain gods, you are mistaken. Protesting against the drastic fall in milk prices, milk traders in Belgium threw away 30 lakh litres of milk in a farmland. After a while the crisis recedes. See a change that transpired in a company. CSJG #Lottos *. SOS. SSSSMSM /T09. *5 *4. Ujbk and Otter CIDFS pound JC pound 3C Teach Folsbq pound, K5CU beta TFRFR 9 Hall 7 Jot, E, AO and C and S ATAS SBJ 64 Revix asterisk 30 and U. 2010. CMIE estimates that the capacity of the synthetic fiber industry will expand to 1989 million kilos by March 2010. During 2007-08, the capacity of the sector was 1,659 million kilos. 11 projects worth 3,500 crore rupees have been terminated as a consequence of the crisis. The handloom sector enjoys 40% of the share in the 2.91 lakh crore Indian textile industry. What do we learn from this news? Before the crisis, the industry had a capacity of making 1,659 million kilos of the goods. They have miserably failed to sell even that much. 11 projects worth 3,500 crore rupees have been terminated as a consequence of the crisis, they admit themselves. They fail to learn even after this. They plan to increase the production capacity even higher. The capacity of the synthetic fiber industry will expand to 1989 million kilos by March 2010, they estimate. The implication is to raise production even higher. This is the solution they can find to solve the crises. The capitalists lose nothing due to these crises. They get even more extravagant. 404. The real hardship befalls the working masses. Unless the workers realize these issues, they cannot be liberated from slavery. The Bank of India makes a profit of 323 crores in the public sector. Bank of India earned a net profit of 323 crores following a gross income of 5,165 crores for the second quarter that ended in September. For the same period, the fixed profit rate of the bank increased by 3.37% to reach 14.09 crore rupees. The management profit remained at 1,206 crores. This is the profit for 3 months. A part of this profit was earned as interest and the other as management remuneration. Collectively, the two components made 323 crores in 3 months. The RBIS Gold. Purchase of 200 metric tons of gold valued at $6.7 billion from IMF Washington, November 3. The Reserve Bank of India purchased 200 metric tons of gold valued at $6.7 billion from the International Monetary Fund. The scheme of the IMF to provide more loans to poor countries by collecting funds by selling gold has been receiving good response, said Dominique Strauss-Kahn, the managing director of IMF. A total of 403.3 metric tons of gold will be sold, he mentioned. The selling of gold is a crucial step in realizing the goals of the IMF, he added. He stated that in addition to developing countries, the countries below the poverty line will also receive significant help through the funds earned by selling gold in the long run. He disclosed that the prices of the gold metal were determined on a daily basis according to the prevailing market rate between 19th and 30th of October. India purchased gold worth $6.7 billion or 4.2 billion SDRs, he stated. It is well known that at a meeting of the IMF Board of Directors held on the 18th of September, a decision was taken to sell 1/8 of the gold reserves lying with the fund. The gold futures to reach a record level. Mumbai, the investors' sentiment received a significant boost in the national bullion market following the news that India purchased 200 metric tons of gold from the IMF. The price of gold increased to a record level in the futures market. On Tuesday, the price of 10g of gold in the multi-commodity exchange bullion session of the December contract reached 16,248 rupees. The price for the same contract on Monday was 16,173 rupees. Kishore Naim, Vice President, and Rathi Commodities commented that the reason for the price rise was the gold purchase by India from the IMF. The prices may increase further in near future, he added. What is seen in this photo? Blocks of gold. These blocks are kept in the secret stores of central banks in every country. 405. The IMF stands for the International Monetary Fund. RBI is the Central Bank of India. The news clipping says that the Indian bank has purchased a certain quantity of gold from the International Monetary Fund. Why should the International Monetary Fund possess gold? And why did it sell gold? Rich people store money in banks, don't they? The bank uses that money in a transaction, earns an interest and pays a part of that earning to the depositor as interest, doesn't it? What the International Monetary Fund does is also money-lending business, but on a larger scale. To do that business, the IMF too needs money, right? All countries have to deposit some money with the IMF. Money doesn't mean the paper currency of those countries but gold. Gold is the currency of the world, isn't it? That is how the organization acquires blocks of gold. Not 5 or 6 kilos, but a few thousand tons. All of them collectively constitute the deposits of the bank. The paper money is made in proportion to the value of the gold blocks. The paper money of a country will be made when a loan is to be given to that country. All the countries keep taking loans from the IMF, keep paying back interest as well as the loan principal and keep taking loans again. This way, the IMF continues to do money-lending business with all the countries of the world. Isn't it the current phase 1 of crisis? In all the countries, sales have slowed down and the banks have been emptied of cash as the capitalists could not pay back loans to the banks. The IMF, therefore, got a great opportunity to promote its money-lending business. The IMF can sell off a part of its own gold deposits to convert it into money and lend it to the countries. The countries will now take more loans. The banks will give more loans to their own capitalists. The capitalists will urgently pay back the banks their dues. In this entire process, the interest earned will benefit even the IMF. 406. Why does the IMF plan to sell the gold? To give more loans to the poor countries with the money earned by selling the gold. In addition to regular loans, to give more loans. More loans will fetch more interest, won't they? You know what is the status of the poor countries? They are all below the poverty line. Not a few people, but the whole countries are in poverty. However, the capitalists of these countries are not in poverty. The gold was sold, therefore, to give more loans to such countries to extract more interest from them. The board of directors of the IMF decided to sell 403.3 metric tons of gold and give the money as loans. This makes it 1/8 of the total gold, which is in the possession of the IMF. Then, calculate how much gold the IMF has in its custody. 403.3 x 8 equals 3,226.4 tons. What is sold presently is only 200 tons. The price of gold is also seen in the news item. The price of gold increased from Monday to Tuesday. The fund people are delighted that they could get a higher price on Tuesday. They could have extracted a higher price on Wednesday. All right, why did the Central Bank of India buy the gold then? If we do not overlook the capitalist principle that one does things only for some profit, we will find an answer to every question. The IMF disclosed its intentions behind the selling of gold. We, therefore, know the reason, to give more loans. The Reserve Bank of India, however, did not give any explanation why it purchased the gold. We, therefore, will have to guess the reason ourselves. Perhaps, the Indian government intended to print more and more paper money. To this end, the government have to deposit more gold. By stocking up the gold in the banks, printing crores and crores of paper money and lending out more loans with the money, the government earn more interest. This may be the reason for buying that gold. Alternatively, the government may intend to cut down on some of the foreign bonds held as a guarantee for the paper money and make gold as the guarantee instead. Economics for children. The Indian bank has not disclosed the specific reason for the purchase of the gold. We, therefore, cannot know its specific requirement. We can still comprehend all these matters, if we can regularly receive information about these banks. Finally, for one reason or the other, the Indian Reserve Bank purchased the gold. But what will the Indian bank pay the IMF in exchange for the gold? The paper money will not be of any use, will it? Then, should gold be paid back again in exchange? How can one give gold in exchange for gold? That cannot be the case. In the Reserve Bank account, India will have reserves. 407. Of foreign exchanges, earned by selling its goods to many other countries. India will transfer these reserves to the IMF. All this is not necessary to us. However, understanding one issue in this context would suffice. This being a time of crisis, the monetary fund sold off that gold to earn more interest. If we know properly about capitalist exploitation, the very word gold should leave our blood boiling. Now that you have seen these 10 news clippings, read carefully such future news clippings that appear in the newspapers now and then. 86. All human beings are class human beings. The so-called class is not monolithic. With the exception of the primitive ages, all the societies from ancient times to the present are class societies. The society of tomorrow, which aims at transforming the capitalist system, will also be a class society. Only the society that will take shape beyond tomorrow will be the classless society. In this book, what we discuss said about the classes and the societies is very limited. Only in Marx's Capital it will be possible to study these issues in greater detail. That book, however, is a tough nut to crack. While some chapters are easy to understand, others are more difficult. There are Telugu. 408. Translations of the English version of this book. Reading a few random sections in these translations can be delightful. But, prior to this, if one reads my introduction to Marx's Capital, the difficulty may decrease to a certain extent. Later on, one may go ahead and read the original book. The class is not a monolithic structure. In any class, there are bound to be different sections. In the working class, the manual and intellectual types of labor constitute the principal sections. Among these sections, there exist hierarchy and distinctions in terms of types of labor, conditions of labor, values of labors, values of the labor powers, and also living conditions. There exists the domination of intellectual labor over manual labor. There exist distinctions among various sections of the laborers. The nature of these distinctions, however, is only a friendly one, not a hostile one. A worker gains nothing by exploiting another worker. The precondition for the continued success of working class struggles is that each section of the working class must have clarity about other sections, as well as the realization that all of them are workers, and also concern for unity among all the sections. Coming to the exploiting class, depending on the number of labels under which the surplus value is divided, there will be that many sections in this class. There will be conflicts among these sections regarding the division for higher shares. These are the conflicts that arise in dividing the booty of the surplus value. The wars between countries are also waged only to share the heap of surplus value exploited. It appears that the wars are fought to possess the land and its resources. This is not true, however. The capitalist derives no benefit regardless of how much land he occupies, none whatsoever if he seizes all the land on earth. Labor needs to be performed on that land. Agricultural labor, industrial work, business transactions must take place. Heaps of commodities must be produced with these types of labor. The surplus produce must be extracted out of these heaps. 409. That is the foremost thing needed. Any competition or any war is always for the sake of surplus labor. Only for the sake of profit. For surplus money. Not just for the bare land. In the exploiting class, there exist both friendly and hostile alliances. A king may attack another king, kill him and occupy his country. The capitalist rulers also do the exact same thing. It is possible to seize the heaps of surplus value of all the countries. By occupying all of those countries and killing their rulers. In this manner, there exist only hostile relations among all the exploiters in this class. However, when a struggle against the working class becomes imminent, the antagonistic affinities within this class cease momentarily. In suppressing struggles of the working class, all the exploiting classes unite and merge into a single rock. Questions and answers. 1. All human beings are class human beings. What does this mean? Every person belongs to one class or the other. To a class that performs labor or to a class that does not perform labor. Within the same class to one or the other section. 2. To which class Rajama belongs? We cannot say just like that. We need such details as what kind of labor she performs, where she works, or if she does not perform any labor, etc. 3. Rajama washes clothes for a few households every day. What is her class? Since she performs labor, she belongs to the working class. However, we should also know if she works for a master or on her own. We have to know this aspect as well. 4. A legislative member. He has no property. What class does he belong to? Should this question be asked? To become a member of the Legislative Assembly, one should win the elections. Lots of money is needed for that. Even if he himself does not own that money, this is suggestive that some capitalists must have furnished money for his win. As a member of the Assembly, what will he do in the Assembly? Did he go to the Assembly? 410. With a view to change the laws that favor exploitation of labor? No. He went to the Assembly to support such laws. The entire governance will be in favor of the landlords, the capitalists, and works for the benefit of their properties. He is a small cog in that machinery. Therefore, he too belongs to that class. 5. A policeman. To what class does he belong to? What kind of police person is he? If he is a traffic police who guides the traffic on the roads, then he is a worker as simple as the one who sweeps the roads. In contrast, if he is the one who raids the agitating workers with a gun, he will be the one who is in support of the exploiting class interests and is opposed to the people. 6. How to understand the class of a person? Does the person work or not? What is the source of income for that person's maintenance? Is that person a master or a worker? These are the things one should consider irrespective of whether that person is a woman or a man. 7. What is the so-called middle class? Middle class is the one which lies in between two things. Between which two? Presumably between the topmost class and the bottommost class. Between the one above and the one below. The people at the middle level also work. These could be people who perform middle-level intellectual tasks or the small-scale capitalists who also work along with their workers. These people are neither too poor nor too rich. However, the motto of these people is only to become rich. 87. Working class smeared with muck of all ages. The working class of the world as a whole remains buried in total ignorance even today. The struggles of this class have been revolving around wage increases alone. The monetary outlook, or the sole exchange value perspective, is the first and foremost evil trait that the working class has imbibed from the ruling class. This money-oriented perspective of the 411 workers is not just for their sustenance. It attributes value only for money and enslaves them to money. All the evil traits of the ruling class are blended into this outlook. Marx described the working class as the one smeared with the muck of all ages. This is Marx's criticism of the ideas of the working class, despite his love for this class. The single most positive trait of the working class is that it performs labor. This positive trait is the one that sustains the entire society. This class makes a living based on its own labor. However, if we set aside its positive trait, the entire ideology of the working class is akin to that of the ruling classes except for this positive trait. The ideas of the ruling class are the ideas of the people. Among slaves, there could be a few who may have faithfully served their masters and promoted themselves into masters. Likewise, among tenant farmers, there could be some who, out of their obsession for riches, may have transformed themselves into landlords. Among wage laborers too, there could be some who transformed themselves into capitalists. These are only a few rare and specific instances. If we consider larger sections of the working population, they are the people who labor and toil all their life. Their knowledge, however, is no different from that of their masters. It knows nothing about labor relations. A great majority among the toiling masses dream of becoming rich themselves, earn fame as celebrities and employ people in their service. The higher grade workers at workplaces, such as engineers, doctors and teachers, are not aware that they too are workers. They presume themselves to be superior employees and consider only those who do manual labor to be workers. This is the wisdom level of the intellectual laborers who earned a degree education. This muck legacy is found among all sections of the working class irrespective of whether they are intellectual or manual laborers. Nearly all of them hold the same mistaken ideas and indulge in wrong behavior towards nature as well as society. Those who make machines and those who 412 operate the machines, both these sections within the working class, render their brains dispensable by worshipping machines. The aim of this class is total liberation from exploitation of labor and masterly domination, to abolish the rule of the class of masters and initiate the rule of the working class, and to eliminate the class distinctions in due course. This aim is not as simple and restricted as that of the working classes of the past. The aspiration of the working 418 class to liberate itself from exploitation of labor is not for fulfilling an ideal. This is not a favor done to someone. This act is in self-defense of the working class. This is only to liberate the working class from exploitation and servitude of several generations. Which class is in need of such liberation? Which class is in need of such a change? The working class. If this class fights for the change will come, otherwise it will not. To abolish labor exploitation, the property rights, by means of which the exploiters live without their own labor, must be abolished. The land is not made out of the landlord's labor. The means of production, such as the mills and factories, are not made out of the labor of the capitalists. All the means of production are only made out of the labor of the workers from previous times. Therefore, there is no injustice, violation, evil or domination if the property rights of the landlords and capitalists are abolished and if it is made mandatory that every human being must live on its own labor. Instead, such a change will only be just, appropriate, righteous and egalitarian. The transformation that the working class must achieve is not for reforming or uplifting the exploiters. It is not for a social reformation performed out of oiv. This is a change that must be brought about for self-protection and to terminate the atrocities perpetrated on themselves for ages. To have the authority to bring about these changes, the working class must possess state power. The working class will be able to implement its own regulations only through state power. Exercise of state power bv the working class is not to repeat what the master classes did. The people of lower castes constitute the large majority of the Indian working class. These people haven't yet reached a stage to understand the labor relations and exploitation of labor. Nevertheless, these people too aspire for state power, only to get an opportunity to sit next to the masters, as parliamentarians and ministers. The aim of the lower castes is not to change the laws related to property rights formulated by the ruling classes. The aim to abolish the exploiting property rights does not appear anywhere. 419. In their manifestos. The primary objective of the intellectuals of the lower castes is to extend the reservations further, into all the sectors. How long should we live on the system of reservations? Forever. The castes should remain as such. The reservations too should remain as such. According to the intellectuals of the lower castes, this is the great remedy for the caste distinctions. The real path that the prophets of the lower castes preach is, that the people of the lower castes should grow into the bourgeoisie. These prophets are not concerned with the fact that the lower caste masters who will grow into the bourgeoisie too will need workers, that the workers will belong only to the lower castes and that the lower caste masters will exploit the lower caste workers. This is because the prophets are already bourgeoisie themselves, or because their minds are corroded with the grime of all ages. The intellectual prophets of the lower castes do not permit anything related to the exploitation fall on their ears. They cannot tolerate the question, are classes due to castes or castes due to classes? All they want is the exploitative property relations, the relations that permit the earning of the rents, interests and profits. They want the constitution of the masters that sustain these property relations. The sole aim of these prophets is to barge into power and bag a few positions here and there. Nowhere do they proclaim that if they come to power, they would abolish the master-laborer relations as well as the exploitative rights. Instead, there is something essentially different that the lower caste people must learn. They must realize that caste distinctions are a different form of the exploitative labor relations in spite of the temporary relief accrued due to reservations. They must also realize that class struggles are the only means of liberation from all aspects. The rule of the working classes will begin with the phase of socialism and will gradually transform after passing through many changes, to establish itself as communism. Right from the day the working class rule begins, the land would cease to be the property of the landlords. Whether the 420 land would be divided among the peasants or the collective agriculture begins, will depend on the specific conditions in a given area. The family members of the landlord too will work on the land or will perform a different kind of labor. Even the factories will not remain the property of the capitalists. The capitalists too will work on the machines and transform themselves into working people. When the masters are not masters any longer, the workers too are not workers any longer. When all the people perform labor, all of them will be producers. To begin with, there will be distinctions of manual and intellectual labor among the producers. In order to make a product, there is no need for the people who invest the capital. The new society will begin using the means of production readily available in the society. In such a society, there will surely be the means of production and also producers who do the work, without reference to rents, interests and profits. Under the rule of the working class, all these changes will occur through a few phases. In order to abolish the exploitative property rights and the exploitative sources of income and to implement the condition that every person must work, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a mandatory constitutional form. The dictatorship is only for eliminating the relations of exploitation. Without the dictatorship, there will never be such laws and such changes. It will again become the state of the masters. If the proletarian dictatorship is implemented properly and the relations of exploitation disappear gradually, the dictatorship too will disappear. Under the rule of the capitalists, such entities as masters, workers and the unemployed are eternal. Within this system, there is no need for any change other than perpetuating the relations of exploitation. Landlords, capitalists, production of their commodities, wage bargains with workers, rents, interests, profits, bribes, increasing productivity, piles of commodities, crises, subjugation of workers, UN employment, assassinations, suicides, crimes, and wars, over and over again. Everlasting. The same problems, the same relations, are perpetuated over and over again. 421. The present-day capitalist system has stooped to the level of selling the commodities by stripping the dress of women's frames, making them stand naked and exhibiting their bodies by means of advertisements. The working masses are still in a helpless state to reject such advertisements. No changes in the future that can bring peace and happiness for all can be expected in the capitalist system. It is the responsibility of the working class to transform this gloomy world. This is a responsibility that the working classes of the previous times did not have. It is the working class that must administer this total transformation. 89. Is reconciliation possible between classes? Reconciliation will be very nice, if it is possible. This is what should happen. It, however, depends on the exploiting class. The exploiting class must realize the wicked nature of its exploitation and prepare itself to relinquish its property rights. Occupying themselves in an employment and earning the wages, this class must realize that living on its own labor is the responsibility of all human beings. If the landlords and the capitalists agree to this understanding, then there is no need for any struggles between classes. The differences can end in a cordial manner. This is, however, a meaningless illusion. The history proved many a time that a change of this nature is not possible. The present-day exploiters are also the descendants of the slave masters. Their philosophy tells them to continue as masters. Well, then, what alternative does the working class have except the class struggle? Question: can't we make good changes in the existing society in a democratic way without struggles? Answer: we must, if we can. That is certainly a better thing. 422. However, we cannot do so. The existing democracy is the democracy of the masters. It is useful to address only their problems. The ruling class lives without performing labor. That is wrong. All people need to perform labor. There should not be master-worker relations. If the working class protests this way, will the present democracy agree to it? The class of masters would say, ours is also labor, not exploitation. Rents, interests and profits are our right. If the workers insist, these laws of property rights are unjust, will the masters concede? Will they relinquish the property rights? They will not. They will at once hang such workers from the gallows, or present them to the firing squad. What should the working class do with such a class of masters? What did the slaves in the past do? What would have happened if they thought, let us beg the masters to better our living conditions without a struggle? The same society would have been continuing to this day. The workers of the present day would have been the slaves of the past times. Since these workers are wage slaves, there is a need for the struggle even now. The struggles will stop only when the exploitation ceases. Question: is struggle also not violence? Answer: there will be just struggles and unjust struggles. A just struggle is not violence. It is self-defense. It is the path of liberation from the atrocities perpetrated on them. However, if mistakes are committed in such efforts, then it amounts to violence. When the struggle takes the right course, it will not be violence. In fact, it is the class of masters who initiate the violence. Who would commit violence, the slave master or the slave? Why does the class of masters possess the police, the army, the weapons, the prisons and the gallows? Who possesses these forces, the government or the working people? Those who talk incessantly about violence should first raise the question: WHV, does the government possess weapons? The aim of the class of masters is to suppress the working class. It is violence. If the master slaps the worker, it is violence. If the worker retaliates and slaps his master, it is not violence. It is self-defense. In the class struggle, there is justice on one side and injustice on the other. 423. There will be struggles even when there is injustice on both the sides. There will not be struggles, however, when there is justice on both the sides. In fact, if we understand the phenomenon of exploitation of labor, then the question: is reconciliation possible between the classes, will not arise. If there must arise unity between the hostile classes and the class differences should altogether vanish, who must change? The class that perpetrates exploitation of labor must give up the wrong practice. But, will it give up? A struggle with this class, therefore, is inevitable for the other class. Question: what is the problem with this cartoon? What is the solution for this problem? Answer: between the two. Only one person is doing labor. The other is not doing any works. Hat is the problem. Solution: both must do labor. Then both of them will be equals. When there exist classes that do labor on one side and those that do not do labor on the other, how is reconciliation possible? 90. The head is for thinking. The eyes are for seeing. The legs for walking. The hands for working. The head for thinking. We may listen to anyone. After listening, however, we should think on our own. For the land, rent, and for the capital, interest and profit. This is one way of thinking. Rent, interest and profits pave the ways for exploitation of labor. This thinking is opposed to the first one. 424. We should listen to both the arguments and rationalize. When in doubt, we should question both the sides and get our doubts cleared. We cannot go on thinking for years altogether. When two opposing arguments are placed before us, it is easy to think rationally. The process of thinking ends after examining the arguments. Concluding the process of thinking, we must arrive at a final and logical decision. From that moment, we must take the side of the logical thinking. The Capital, the work written by Karl Marx, is a critique of the capitalist economics and also the beginning of rational economics. Except for the concept of price, nowhere in the works of the capitalist economists do we find the concept of value. According to them, price includes expenses and profit. Rent and interest also constitute the expense. Profit, which is the last expense, also needs to be recovered. Except for these incomes, we don't find the word exploitation of labor at all in their books. As per the capitalist economics, relations between masters and workers are quite natural, quite honorable. That is how they ought to be. Some people must remain as masters and others as workers, eternally. That is their economics. For the lecturers and professors who teach this economics to students, it is a great science. What role do rent, interest and profit play in the production of the articles? They can never formulate a question of this nature. They are not concerned about questions like this. And those economists who author scholarly books on economic issues, glorify the greatness of the capitalist system over and over again in their volumes. They avouch and prattle that this is the final destiny of the society and that the society has attained the highest level with the principle of profit rate. In return, they beg great awards and felicitations from the capitalists. Must we clarify that the awards and felicitations come only from the mass of the surplus value of the laborers? Economists like Amartya Sen can even secure a Nobel Prize with ease. Should we assume that the intellectuals such as these did not read Marx? Perhaps they did. Economics To a tiny extent. If the intellectuals remain the same even after reading Marx, as they were before reading, then, such intellectuals are of no avail to the workers. It is not such intellectuals that we are asking to think. Nevertheless, they too think over. Only after thinking they obviously chose that path. Thinking is of two different kinds. When two mutually contradictory perspectives are presented, we have to examine both of them, without inclining towards either side in the very first instance. Is this aspect correct or that other aspect appropriate? We should reason meticulously based only on logical thinking. For the masters, their own reasoning is appropriate for their benefit. They will accrue comforts and assets out of that reasoning. Whichever reasoning bestows all the riches on them is the precise perspective that they seek. That is their class perspective. In a similar way, shouldn't the workers too have their own class outlook? Is their outlook restricted to only a raise for a few more coins? Actually, who are the owners in the first place, to give wages? Doesn't a fraction? For children 425 of the workers' own labor contribute to their wages? Shouldn't the workers know this? If the workers continue to agree with the propaganda of the landlords and the capitalists without making an attempt to think on their own accord, why do the working masses need heads? Isn't it enough that the masters alone have their heads? Why do the working people need heads, an unnecessary burden to carry around? Rent for the land? And interest and profit for the capital? Can one get a profit just by adding it? Shouldn't many such questions occur to the workers? Leave alone the questions, shouldn't the workers at least read books that describe how wrongful such incomes are and how the whole working masses are affected by them? Shouldn't human beings know about human lives? Shouldn't one learn about one's own way of living? Shouldn't one be appalled having realized the kinds of atrocities that are unleashed on the world due to these three kinds of incomes? It is for the exploited, not for the exploiters, to learn all that is to be learnt. 426. The science of economics is necessary for every member of the population. The science of medicine is necessary only for some, not for all. The physicians acquire that knowledge and treat people. The science of mechanics is necessary only for some people. Any other science is also necessary only for some. All of these are sciences that teach about the laws of nature. The science of economics, however, is not like that. This is the science of the relations between people. In the capitalist economics, we can see the capitalists and the workers, wages, profits and all. We can also see all of these aspects in the economics that is opposed to the capitalist economics. However, in the anti-capitalist economics, we can see human relations in their entirety. We can understand why these relations remain like this. We can discern the place of every human being in this system. Every person must ask, to which class of this society do I belong? To which section within that class? Do I live off my own labor or on exploitation? One must know what one's own occupation is and what one's means of income are. If you take a panoramic look at the entire population in the society, just notice where people are located at different places. They will be found scattered all over, at workplaces, residences, schools, hospitals, roads, recreation centers, resorts, tourist locations, orphanages, production homes, places of worship, or prisons. All human beings, without exception, will be found scattered across many places. In countries where huge capital exists, there may not even be a handful of independent producers. That doesn't really count. We have to divide the entire population into two diametrically opposed classes. All children belong to class the same category as their parents. Today's children will be tomorrow's workers, capitalists, landlords or the like. If they make a living out of profits and interests, they will belong to one of the capitalist categories: productive capitalists, mercantile capitalists, or money-lending capitalists. They will be landlords, if they live off rents. House rent also includes the land rent. There is a lot of exploitation in what is called rent. They will be 427. Workers, only if they live on their own labor. A few companies announce with great pride that they made a profit of so many crores this year. They make such statements, not because they are unaware that all this profit is out of exploitation. After Marx's writings, all capitalists are aware of labor exploitation. It does not mean that they have studied all of Marx's writings. Even if they haven't read, they are aware of these facts through hearsay. They are fully aware that all that profit of crores is out of exploitation. Nevertheless, they blatantly and shamelessly make announcements to this effect because they know that the workers are unaware that the entire profit is due to exploitation of labor. They would have shrouded these details in secrecy if only the workers were aware of their exploitation. They would have kept this information highly confidential. All their account calculations are falsified. If only we can ascertain the real accounts, the profits will be 100 times larger than those declared crores. What should the workers think when a company declares that their profits are a certain number of crores? We toil every day. We get nothing other than the wages. Where is the master earning so many crores from? They should raise this big question. However, they will not. Instead, the workers think that isn't the company his own? Has he not invested his capital in it? Should he not earn a profit? And won't he? So do the workers reason. It appears to be a legitimate piece of information. It is for this reason that one must think over. Who am I in this society? What place do I occupy? What role do I play? Every individual must question and comprehend his position. What is the head for? For thinking or not? Every head does the thinking. No head can remain quiet without thinking. What does your head think of? Does yours think as to what movie should you watch today? Q. What is the head for? Provide an answer. 428. 91. The golden era is ahead, not behind. Looking at the money relations prevalent in our daily lives, and at the commodity markets, unemployment, economic crises, the world wars and the like, we think many times in the capitalist society that the previous times are better than the present era. In essence, however, the times where exploitative relations were prevalent or are prevalent are all the same. The working masses suffered misery and torment all the time. Although there are differences in some aspects between the previous times and the present era, the ancient societies were more brutal. The previous times were the ones where there was no scope for the knowledge of natural sciences, civilization, or even the minimal rights. Having emerged from the primitive animal stage to the human stage, we have arrived at the stage of the capitalist relations of labor presently. Since these relations too are exploitative, they too must change. This knowledge emerged from this very capitalist society. Liberation is needed not only from the past system of slavery, but also from the wage slavery. This is the stage where that solution has been found. The expedition that the working masses undertake along this path will guide one and all to the egalitarian system that provides peace and comfort to all. The golden era, therefore, is ahead of us, not behind. Let us imagine that the working class defeated the capitalist state machinery and seized political power. The aim of the working class rule is liberation from exploitation. In order to achieve this, there will be many tasks that need to be carried out, immediately as well as gradually, in a phased manner. The state machinery does exist even under the proletarian rule. Also, there will be all branches such as the police, the army, courts and prisons. That rule will be a class rule too. That 429. Rule, however, is not meant for continuing exploitation of labor, but to abolish the exploitation and domination of the class of masters. Under the proletarian rule, as the past relations of exploitation transform and consolidate into relations of equality, the need for the proletarian state machinery will diminish and will gradually disappear. Any entity that is not necessary for the society will perish. Only the processes of production, distribution and their organization will remain. In the early stages of the new society, it is essential for the working class to have its own state machinery to rule. Producers in that society must bear the costs of maintenance of the state machinery. The component called the tax in the capitalist system will be renamed as the social fund in the new society. The law of value remains the same in any society. Even in the new society, the value of the products will comprise of the old and new labor. The new labor will be divided into two portions here as well, portion of the wages and portion of the social fund. The social fund will be under the control of the government. This fund may be spent in a legitimate manner or in an illegitimate manner. The first issue, the principle that every person must perform labor, must be implemented in letter and spirit. With the exception of the children, old people and the sick, all others, both women and men, must perform labor. They must perform both manual and intellectual labor as their duties. We must explore proper ways and means to make this possible through multiple debates and based on experiences. A system whereby young children aged 7 or 8 too would perform lighter tasks for short periods, both at home as well as in schools, must evolve. The leaders of the working class party will be engaged in the party activities to ensure the changes necessary for the new society. These activities, however, do not constitute labor which they need to perform for the sake of their livelihood. The leaders therefore must divide 430. Their time between the party activities and performing labor for livelihood. There will be many mass organizations in the society. The leaders of these organizations must carry out the organizational duties while performing labor for their maintenance. The leadership role in such organizations is simply an organizational responsibility. Such leaders should not have special rights and privileges. As certain number of hours are needed to carry on organizational activities, it becomes obligatory to reduce the hours necessary for personal maintenance. The quantum of time reduction will depend on the given conditions. The leaders will not have more rights than the ordinary people. If the leaders do not perform labor necessary for their maintenance, the society once again will revert to the old society. Will the government employees and the leaders of the working class party lead a life of fat salaries, special privileges and comforts under the rule of the working class? If it happens so, the system will only become the capitalist system. What goes as the social fund will only be the surplus value. Another issue, in the societies based on exploitation of labor, there will be 20 or 30 times difference between the values of the lowest manual labor and the highest intellectual labor. This difference is essential for the exploiting class to divide the sections within the working class. Will the same system prevail in the new society also? If it does, then that system cannot be the new society. The difference between the manual and intellectual labor must be only at the indispensable level. On division of labor, if one person performs the labor of sweeping the roads always and another person that of teaching in a school always, then that situation will not be egalitarian either in the use value perspective or in the exchange value perspective. Why does the sweeping person need education and scientific knowledge to continue that profession? All his life, that person will have to just sweep the roads, isn't he it? Can't a teacher sweep the roads if he learns it for 4 days? Can't a physician drive a bus or be a postman if he learns the job for 431 4 months? Can't an engineer cut hair after learning it for a few days? If there is no system whereby people doing intellectual labor must also do some manual labor, who will perform all the manual labor necessary for the society. Should this manual labor remain the responsibility of a few sections forever? The cleaning of the toilets used by the people of intellectual labor should always remain the responsibility of only a few sections. In India, the lowest manual labor and the labor involving cleaning the dirt have always remained the responsibility of the lower castes. Unless this condition is changed, how can it be a new society? And an egalitarian society? If taught from the earliest age. 92. The beginning of the egalitarian society. In the primitive societies, although there was no exploitation, there still existed hostilities between different tribes. In battles that took place between the tribes for natural resources, the members of the hostile tribes were invariably killed. The system of slavery began when the conquered members of 432. The hostile tribes were converted into slaves instead of getting killed. It was indeed progress for those people that they could stay alive at least as slaves instead of getting killed out of tribal hostilities. Later, in the feudal society, escaping slavery by becoming tenant farmers was advancement for the slaves. Later, in the capitalist system, transformation of tenant farmers into wage laborers was advancement for the tenant farmers. Later, the socialist society. Whether you call it socialism or communism, they mean the same thing. An egalitarian society. The beginning phase of this egalitarian society is known as socialism. When absolute equality is established, that phase will be communism. The capitalist society right away will not become a socialist society after the working class seizes political power. It is possible that there could be a phase prior even to socialism. This phase, however, will be in line with socialism. Even though the wage system will be still in practice during this early phase, though wages will not be as meager as the minimum wages paid by the master. Here in the early phase, the entire population will perform labor. For the wage laborers who lived their entire past under the yoke of the slavery to the masters, to lead a life of masterless relations of labor will be progress on several counts. Any progress will have to undergo further transformation if the labor relations integral to that progress still retain antagonistic contradictions. In socialism, there will be a precise working day. In the working day, there will be discipline that is naturally required. Unless there is discipline that makes it mandatory that all must report to work at the specified time and work for specified hours, no work will take place. The system of selling of products will still be there. The wages will be commensurate with the amount of labor performed. There will be money still in circulation. Changes in the division of labor will be taking place. Gradually, the governments will start to take care of a few needs free of cost. Primary level education could be free. Travel 433 could be free. Healthcare could be free. Libraries and movies could be free. Ironing clothes could be free. Hairdressing could be free. Toothbrushes, pastes and soaps could be free. The list of free items will gradually increase in this way. And in human relations, exchanges and money calculations will gradually decrease. However, a free thing is never free in the real sense. In a family, let us say, both the wife and husband are employed. Let us assume that it would cost a money of 20 for the education of their children. If this expenditure must be met by the parents themselves, then the 20 money must be an integral part of their salary. Instead, if this expenditure must be met by the government, then the 20 money must have been transferred from the values of labor of the parents to the social fund managed by the government. That means, the costs of the children's education are met by the parents, not by others or the government. If the 20 money was not transferred to the government from the labor value of the parents, where will the government get that money from? The money will not fall from up above. The total costs of the education of all the children in a society are borne by all of the parents. This means that the parents work for the education of their own children. The same applies to all other expenses. Whether it is the costs of health care, transport, hairdressing, ironing or any other expense. Let us suppose that 10 different kinds of expenses are required by a person per day. When this person's labor value is divided into two parts, how will it be determined what proportion should be the wage component and what proportion should be the social fund component? The division will be determined by the understanding depending on which ones will be met by him and which ones by the government out of those 10 expenses. If the component spent by him is larger, then the wage proportion should be bigger. In contrast, if the government expenditure is larger, then the social fund component should be bigger. All that which the individuals spend directly of their own accord or through the government is their own labor only. 434. The government cannot earn anything on its own without the labor of the individuals. Let us suppose that a certain expense of an individual is really provided to him not out of his labor but free of cost. Where must this money have come from? It must have come not out of his own labor but that of others. If it is others' labor, will it be exploitation of labor? Anything acquired free in this manner is only exploitation of labor. Therefore, anything said to be free here is not really free. All that the government offers as free is the labor of the population of a given country. Any expense needed for a person is the outcome of that person's labor. It is only the components of the people's labor that are transferred to the government as the social fund. For every person, his or her costs must be met with his or her own labor. The terms socialism and communism existed even before Marx. There were some good people who earnestly desired the new society. They, however, did not know about exploitation of labor. They did not know about surplus value. How can one provide the correct solution to a problem without knowing the real cause? They wanted socialism, but they could not show the way. They showed the path of petty reforms only. The capitalists and the workers remain just as they were in these reforms. But they will bond together like brothers. For having imagined socialism in this fashion, these reformists had been branded as utopian socialists. In India, social reformists such as Mahatma Gandhi had surfaced only after the secret of exploitation of labor was exposed by Marx. These reformists, however, embraced exploitation with both their hands and rejected the philosophy that was opposed to exploitation of labor. For them, it would suffice if the capitalists treat the workers with a little kindness. In this manner, those great souls turn out to be the guardians of capitalists. By distancing themselves from such wrong influences, the rule of the working class must make a fresh beginning to implement the socialist changes with an aim to abolish the exploitative relations of labor. If all such changes are carried out properly, especially if the principal changes in the division of labor take place, the value of labor of any two individuals will become equal. Then, there will be no need for the wage system. Every individual can perform labor according to the allocated job schedule and use all products as per needs. There will be no need for any accounting after that. Every individual will labor on a working day as per responsibility and use products as per specific needs. Once the hostile classes end, the class struggles cease to exist, and every human being realizes that performing both manual and intellectual labor is one's responsibility, and when new ideas attain such a level, from that time onwards, there will be no exchanges. There will be no wage system. There will be no circulation of money. Calculation of labor necessary to make products will be based on a use-value perspective only. Even then, all kinds of necessary products as well as labor processes such as agriculture, industry, transport etc., will remain as before. The addictive practices such as horse races, competitions in every arena and the perverse cultures based on monetary outlook, will all disappear. 436. The growth of the productive forces will only be in accordance with the needs of the society as well as the safety of the producers. Science that is contrary to the welfare of the human relations and also the use-value perspective will become irrelevant and meaningless. The length of the working day will be reduced as a result of performance of labor by the entire population in the society. The working day will shrink further, as the productive forces in all branches of production in society grow as per the requirement. All this is imagination based on logic. Logic that liberates one from the relations of exploitation of labor. This logic is not for the sake of mere ideals. This reasoning is for magnificent human relations that are devoid of the hostile contradictions. The terms socialism and communism existed even before Marx. Some of the reformists in the past too dreamed of the egalitarian society. They suggested the ways and means that appeared appropriate to them. Unable to grasp exploitation of labor, they could not spell out how an egalitarian society would emerge and through the medium of which class. Since Marx understood the nature of human society precisely, what he formulated became proper social science. What Marx taught is Marxism. Marxism is the science of labor relations. When the socialist society transforms into the communist society, that society will progress from a use-value perspective and not from the exchange-value perspective. What, then, will be thereafter communism? Questions and answers. 1. It is clear that the free items which individuals get from the government actually come out of their own labor. But, 1. The people try to grab more and more of the freebies. Let us suppose that an individual forfeited a value of 10 for the social fund. What that individual receives free subsequently will be equivalent to the value of 10. Can an individual give less and receive more? There will be a viable plan for everything. There must be coordination. 437. Between the value that is added to the social fund and the value that needs to be spent again. It won't be possible to overuse certain items even if they are available free of cost. Take the case of toothbrush and toothpaste that one needs immediately after waking up. Let us suppose that these items would last 3 months if used twice a day. What will a person do by grabbing 4 brushes and 4 tubes of toothpaste in a month? There won't be any provision to sell these items and make money, isn't it? Consider the soaps. There will be specialized soaps for specific conditions such as skin ailments and also soaps made for children. In addition to these, there will be quality soaps for people in general. Any of them can be used. Let us suppose that a single bar of soap is enough for a person per month when that person bathes twice a day. Soaps will be distributed to all the people, based on such estimates. Can anyone use 4 soaps in a month because they are free? Consider food. Let us suppose that food is available free of cost in schools, workplaces and restaurants. Does a person stop eating once his stomach is full or continue eating to fill 2 stomachs? 2 pairs of footwear are sufficient per year. A person needs 6 handkerchiefs per year. Things like underwears, banians, bed sheets and blankets are needed as per certain estimates. Every household will receive 1 or 2 newspapers every day. The books are borrowed free from the libraries. One can read them and return. Will people roam around in buses and trains day long just because transport is free? How many medicines can one swallow because they are free? In the initial stages of receiving free items, there could be some kinds of irregularities. In due course, people will get used to the new ideas, new culture and new behavior of the new systems. From the beginning of the new society, art forms will begin that explain and teach the ideas and culture suitable to the new relations of labor. With the introduction of the freebies, it becomes the lifestyle of all people. At the outset, this will start only with smaller free items. The system of freebies will be possible depending on the value deposited into the social fund only. For this system to make headway, two things will be necessary: all must perform labor, and the old division of labor is transformed at least to a small extent. First of all the people must have jobs and comfortable houses. If the provisions necessary are available monthly from the ration stores. 438. Without the need to buy them from the market, then, there is no need for the existing markets all over the globe. 2. What will be the position of the writers and artists in the socialist society? In the present-day society, the books of the writers are published by private publishers. Alternatively, a few writers publish books on their own. In the new society, if there are no private publishers, what will become of the writers and their books? Or even in the present society, do the private publishers publish every book of every writer? They will only publish a book based on the estimates of the potential sales of the book. Likewise, the society of tomorrow will have its own estimates. In every art form, there will be respective committees constituted of members with in-depth understanding. The writers may send their works to these committees. The works selected by these committees will certainly come out. Novel paths will be laid out based on numerous debates and experiences. The society that abolished exploitation of labor will find solutions that are appropriate from every standpoint. Without such proper practices, it will not be an egalitarian society. 3. Can we visualize a society based on exploitation and another which is exploitation-free through illustrations? The landlord and the landlady, and the workers in the background, all working together. 439. 93. Communism after socialism. Communism after communism. This is the communist society. All the members are producers linked by equal relations of labor. The basic principle of this society is that one should work according to one's ability and one should get things according to one's need. To work according to one's ability means, if people realize that to work is the duty of all human beings and that it earns self-respect, then they will not attempt to evade work. They fulfill their duties with honesty. They will accomplish what is possible within the stipulated time with due responsibility. Likewise, taking things according to one's needs means not taking more than what is needed. Essentially, these are the two aspects that transform the old people into new human beings. These are the new relations that will become the lifestyle of all members. As a consequence of this, the wage and exchange relations will undergo complete transformation. This transformation represents the ultimate level in labor relations. However, what lies beyond communist society? Communism means a society characterized by equal labor relations that are devoid of hostile contradictions. Only when the relations reach that level, it becomes a communist society. An egalitarian society. Imagine how transformation superior to this is possible. If the society needs to transform further, how that change should come about. If a society changes after attaining equality, then the change can only be towards inequality. Thereafter, if any inequality transpires, then it will have to transform again into equality. When equality is disrupted, it will have to attain equality again. If equality does not get disrupted, it will simply continue. That means, it will only be communism that endures after communism. For any human society, the egalitarian labor relations devoid of hostile contradictions constitute the highest level of relations. Those 440 relations will continue. The theory that matter is always in motion and keeps changing is applicable only to natural substances. In the case of social relations, changes will take place as antagonistic contradictions exist. Once the hostile contradictions vanish, there will no longer be any need for radical changes. Any matter or any relation will have two aspects, namely, the form and the content. Let us imagine that a certain society of a primitive tribe contained a specific form and a unique character. The form, an uncivilized form. The character, equal labor relations. That equality is not an equality attained through a higher form of consciousness and comprehension about labor. It was an equality that ensued for protection from wild animals and other such needs of the times. When the primitive society is transformed into a slave-owning society, the form and the character of the primitive society would also undergo a transformation. Character, exploitative labor relations. Form, the conditions of labor that were absent in the primitive society as well as whiplashes. When the slave society transformed into the feudal society, the form would change to some extent. The character, however, would be the same old one, that of the slavery era. When the feudal society transformed into the capitalist society, the form alone would change. The character, however, would be the same as the old one, that of the slavery era. While examining the evolution of the capitalist society, we should not assume that these changes and transformation phases have come about in an identical way in all the countries. We must consider the classes and the labor relations of a country based on the specific history of that country. However, after the primitive societies, the labor relations that evolved gradually in an country have been only the master and worker relations. There may be some minor variations in these relations. Today, the capitalist system that is in existence everywhere appears to be a highly civilized system. Its civilization is limited, however, to only the emergence of the cities and machineries. 441. And to the production of diverse commodities. In reality, the capitalist culture is only the continuation of the culture of the slave masters. The ropes fastened on the bodies of the slaves, handcuffs, chains and iron bands, all of them entwine the frames of women and men as ornaments even to this day. A change, only in the form. The whole content is from the past. The working masses must center their hopes only on socialism. When the capitalist society transforms into the socialist society, changes that lead to equality will take place in the character. Changes in the form will also take place accordingly. These changes, however, will still remain incomplete. When the socialist society transforms into the communist society, the content and form will undergo an absolute transformation in accordance with equal labor relations. When communism continues to exist, there is no need for any additional changes in the character. Changes may continue to take place in the form. Even in communism, there will be contradictions that are friendly. The contradictions will assume the form of discussions and debates related to the new productive forces and social organizations. When the right aspect is grasped, these contradictions will vanish. Another doubt may arise about a different matter the following day. There could be appropriate discussions regarding that matter, and then that doubt too will fade away. The discussions will always remain. They will enhance the knowledge regarding nature. At present, all human societies exist in the capitalist system. This system must move towards socialism. The bygone history shows that the change is inevitable. The bygone history highlights not only the victories, but also the defeats of the working class. In Russia and China, socialism made an appearance and disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It was defeated no sooner than it had succeeded. The reasons for this are evident only if one is willing to examine. All this is history that is crystal clear. The ordinary people are not to be blamed for the defeats suffered by the working class in 442. Any manner. The theory that advocates emancipation from exploitation is not to be blamed in the least for the defeats. That leaves only the leadership as the source of these errors. One must always probe the leadership for errors. The mistakes committed by the leaders in understanding and practicing the theory alone are the cause for defeats. Nevertheless, only through these leaderships, the numerous wonderful victories have also been won. The feudalism was eliminated. the private capitalist system was abolished. And in China, the revolutionary changes to transform the old division of labor made a beginning. However, all those changes were reversed. That means, the working class remains defeated at the present time. For the victories, the leaders alone cannot be the causative forces. Victories are won only when the common people also join. For the defeats, however, the leaders alone, not the ordinary people, are always responsible. The theoretical ignorance of the leaders, their greed for positions, and their inability to abandon the faulty culture of the past, faults such as these, invariably hand out the defeats. People stick to the old ideology as a result of the failure of the leaders to educate the working masses regarding exploitation. Why should the bourgeois society be rejected? What is the harm inflicted on the working masses due to exploitative relations? How to change such relations? What should be done to bring about these changes? What kind of changes must be brought about in the new society? Issues such as these must be understood by the working masses with great clarity right from day one. One and all must know today what must be done tomorrow. The Communist Party must be capable of imparting the theoretical knowledge to the working masses. People must be equipped with the knowledge to understand exploitation and to oppose it once the political power is achieved. In Russia and China, it appears that such attempts have not made headway to the extent necessary. Seeing the setbacks in Russia and China, the working masses in other countries may have several doubts. If Russia 443 and China themselves abandoned socialism and embraced the capitalist system, then why should any other country strive for socialism? Even if socialism is achieved here by waging struggles, it will have to disappear one day, isn't it? Isn't capitalism inevitable? Questions such as these drown the working people in desperation. However, the attempts for socialism are necessary again and again, not only in other countries, but also in Russia and China. However, it is not the working class that embraced the exploitative system in these countries, but the same old exploiting class that is addicted to plundering. The working class need not applaud the victories of the capitalist class just because this class turned out victorious. The working class should always have its own goals of liberating itself. The working classes in the past too endured defeats for hundreds of years. But they did not let go of their aims. The working classes of Russia and China too will have a future again. They will gain new wisdom out of the old experiences. They will abandon the old mistakes and develop positive aspects further. History shows that the human society gravitates only towards progress. The golden era lies ahead, not behind. Servitude issue involved in the wage system. The working class ought not to have unrealistic expectations about the ultimate outcome of these every day. Marx describes what the working class must accomplish. Shall we listen? First, hear this out. Let us keep aside the whole. 94. What the working class must accomplish. 444. Struggles, they ought not to forget that they are fighting against the effects, but not against the causes of those effects, that they are slackening the downward movement, but not changing its direction, that they are applying palliatives, not curing the malady. They ought, therefore, not to totally immerse themselves in these unavoidable guerrilla fights incessantly springing up from the encroachments of capitalists or changes in the market, instead of the conservative motto, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. They ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wage system. Trades unions work well as centers of resistance against the encroachments of capitalists. They fail partially from an injudicious use of their power. They fail generally from limiting themselves to a guerrilla war against the effects of the existing system, instead of simultaneously trying to change it, instead of using their organized forces as an instrument for the final emancipation of the working class, that is to say, the ultimate abolition of the wage system. But these defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society, as it has just emerged from capitalist society after prolonged birth pangs. Fundamental right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its concomitant cultural development. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to division of labor is over, after the antithesis between intellectual and physical labor has vanished, after labor has 445 become not only a means of livelihood but life's prime target, after the productive forces have also increased along with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth started flowing more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois rights be crossed in its entirety, and society can inscribe on its big banner, "From each according to one's ability, to each according to one's needs." The reference Marx made to guerrilla fights must be understood as the stealthy, temporary, and small-scale struggles. What the working class must achieve is embedded in Marx's words quite concisely and explicitly. To render labor relations among human beings devoid of contradictions, things should change in such a way that each would contribute according to one's ability and each would receive according to one's needs. This alone represents the highest stage of human relations devoid of contradictions. What steps should be taken in order to attain such a stage? The working masses, armed with absolute theoretical knowledge, must attempt to liberate themselves from exploitative relations, in addition to the fights that they wage on a daily basis for increased wages, improved facilities and the like, at workplaces. They must study the doctrine that abolishes exploitation. Without such attempts, the relations of wage slavery will continue forever. The working masses must understand the slavery disque set in the wage system. Who are the owners in the first place? How did they gain supremacy to offer employment to others? Why all the means of production are in their possession? Why should a worker stretch out his hands in front of another begging for a job? When clarity emerges on these issues, one will realize that the masters must become equals to the workers. One will realize how revolutionary the concept that the wage system must be abolished is. Marx also tells us that for a change of this nature to happen, the contradiction between manual and intellectual labor also must disappear. When one person is cleaning the sewage and another is engaged in teaching forever, how can the living conditions of these two become equal? Therefore, the division of labor perpetuated in 446. The exploitative societies must also change. To work is human duty, human responsibility. If a person lives without doing any labor, that means he is living by exploiting others' labor. This is the essence of the teachings of Marx. Another quote from Marx. The economic edifice of the society is the totality of the production relations. That constitutes the real foundation of the society. The external legal and political structures are erected based only on the economic foundation. This principle makes the backbone of Marx's theory. To understand the society in which they live, human beings must understand the foundation of the society. Human beings need products to live and labor needs to be performed for the products. The labor relations that produce the products constitute the foundation of the society. The production relations mean nothing but labor relations. Either of the words means the same. The Constitution and its laws, education, arts and culture will all be in accordance with the nature of the production relations and acquire the same character themselves. How would the legislative laws be in a slave system? They would proclaim that the slaves are the property of the master. Education in that system would teach the same relations. Art. Forms including stories, songs, dances and the like would be created only to support these relations. Likewise, how are the legislative laws in a capitalist system? The laws of that system ascertain that the workers must always work for the capitalists, take wages and live in shanty towns, whereas the capitalists should earn profits and live in mansions. Are the production relations of a society master-worker relations or egalitarian? This question reveals the nature of the foundation of the society. All other aspects of the society depend on this nature. All these issues are implied in those few words that Marx said. We must consider another issue here. This book, written for children, is not a substitute. 447. For Marx's Capital. The lessons in this book are only primers. Reading these lessons is not equivalent to learning all things found in Capital. Children or adults therefore should not be content reading this book. They must also study Marx's Capital. At least they must read an introduction to Marx's Capital. Without that, they will not be able to understand properly what Marxism is and how to seek liberation from exploitation of labor. Marx wrote Capital in German language. That was translated into other languages. There are translations of this book from English into Telugu. Karl Marx. Krabuksk. Vidag van Ottomijgen. Das Kapital. Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. Cover page of German Capital. Cover page of Telugu Intro to Capital. Children who read this book Economics for Children will not remain children forever. They must keep learning about the exploitation of labor and the means to abolish it as they grow. A great majority of these children will join the ranks of the working class. The Communist Party is an organization necessary for the working class to fight united to liberate itself. By the time the working class assumes state power through revolution, the society still continues to be an exploiting society. The landlords and the capitalists still continue to remain slothful, unaccustomed to performing labor. In a society like this, transformation must commence from the first day itself to eliminate exploitation of labor. The working population must be endowed with theoretical knowledge by this time. They should not, at this juncture, start learning that theory for the first time. Within the party constituted by the working class, the members will be at different levels with respect to ideology. Among the members, there will be some revolutionaries raging with indignation against exploitation of labor and others who may not favor proper changes. That means, among the members themselves, there will be a 448 distinct revolutionary path as well as a bourgeois path. One should not wonder what is this bourgeois path within the workers. How can it exist? The theoretical knowledge of the workers could be flawed and fragmented. Besides, changes follow next in the old division of labor. The intellectual workers will have to perform manual tasks as their duties. There will be many intellectual workers who will not like this. They like the elimination of the authority of masters over them, but not the elimination of their own authority over manual laborers. They do not relish the fact that they too must perform manual labor. Intellectual laborers are not concerned about the liberation of manual laborers who have been committed to menial tasks for generations. Out of the changes that are required for equality, they will like only those that favor themselves, but not others. Men do not like the changes that are necessary for the liberation of women. In this manner, even within the working masses, there will be several contradictions. All of them hinder the progress towards equality. Therefore, the working masses must be continuously educated right from day one regarding what equality means, the kinds of contradictions that must be eliminated, how justified such transformation is, and the changes that must be brought about in the days to follow. And there must be regular discussions about the theory itself. When people with bourgeois ideology join the Communist Party of the working class, It is bound to transform into a bourgeoisie party in due course. It is for this reason that the working masses must know what Marxism is with absolute clarity right from the start. Are the owners not paying wages to workers? Where is exploitation of labor? Question the masters. Every worker must know the answer to this question. Highly reputed professors themselves are not aware of exploitation of labor in the least. Nor do they consider it worthwhile to know anything about it. Neither a doctor nor a teacher knows exactly whether he is a worker or not. Members of the household do not know that those who work in 449. The houses are workers. The working masses are plagued with many problems all their lives. The capitalists are troubled with problems of a different kind. Even then, no one is concerned about the causes and the solutions. The working masses cannot find solutions to their problems as separate individuals. The problems themselves are of a collective nature. They must be tackled only through collective struggles. The theory that can liberate them from exploitation of labor is necessary for this. And Marxism which teaches that theory is necessary. The theory and the organization that will have to implement the theory, these two elements, are absolutely necessary for achieving liberation from exploitation. Only when guided by correct theoretical knowledge, the organization will liberate the working masses from false ideology, wrong conduct and misguided culture of many generations, and cleanses them. All this constitutes the process of eliminating exploitation of labor. What must the working class accomplish? It must accomplish its own emancipation. It will also be the liberation of the exploiting class from resorting to exploitation. 95 facts are bound to defeat illusions. We have seen so many lessons, haven't we? Nevertheless, we feel as if we haven't seen much about the capitalist system, if at all. We also feel that something crucial about the capitalist system has not been shared yet. In any society, regardless of the identity of the country, there will be crores of people, won't they? How should they sustain themselves? Shouldn't there be arrangements, within the system itself for all the members of the society to live comfortably? However, such basic amenities are not available in any of the exploitative societies. In the capitalist system, however, the situation 450 deteriorates to the utmost hideous level. All of the capitalists are private business people. All the means of production that have been accumulating out of the labor of thousands of years remain with the business people as their own properties. The people who really made these means of production, by virtue of not having the possession of these means, must go to the capitalists to beg for jobs. If jobs are offered, they should work. If not, they should remain idle. However unscrupulous or distasteful may the jobs offered be, they must perform the jobs without uttering a word. When instructed, they must make liquor, must make swords, must make bombs, must adulterate things, must wage wars and must fill the magazines with vulgar and sexy pictures. There is no concern for the likes or dislikes or for personal opinions of the working people. Even if the working people are prepared to work without uttering a word, the capitalists are not liable to offer jobs to all the people who seek jobs. They provide jobs only to as many people as their needs dictate. When their needs diminish, they even lay off employed people from their jobs. It is their right. It is neither the responsibility of private businessmen, nor that of the government or the society, to provide jobs to all. People must live of their own accord. Ask not how to live. That is all. Almost all the people believe that the government cares for them as its own children and that the legislators and the ministers undertake the work of governing them. In reality, however, not people in the government, but the property of the owners itself that does the governance. In the capitalist system, it is the capital that does the governance. In any country, all the governors, presidents, prime ministers and chief ministers, all must comply with what the capital says and dictates. Even the presidents and the prime ministers cannot retain their lucrative posts unless they defend the interests of the capital. In fact, they themselves are super rich. And they are fully aware of their own interests. In principle, why should one human being beg another for an opportunity to work? How can one human being have though? 451. Authority to offer or not offer a job or remove another from a job. How did this person get this authority? These questions have not arisen in the heads of the workers, even to this day. The primitive society of the past has reached the current stage. In this society, even a person drawn from the lower caste, or the black race or any other inferior category will resort to the same manipulations if elected to the post of the president or the prime minister, same as the person drawn from an upper caste. This is because these people are not opposed to exploitation and also because they have sworn to make the capitalist system remain forever. In this country, the gift offered to the society by a woman chief minister of Dalit caste was to make the people prostrate before her own statues in every nook and corner, spending funds from the state revenue for her own statues. People who are tormented by hardships must find succor by prostrating in front of the statues of the chief minister. The Dalit intellectuals do not have an iota of anger towards the conduct of the Dalit ruler. They are not inclined towards leaving her instantaneously or quitting her party immediately. This is because the ambition of these intellectuals is to promote themselves as capitalists, ministers, or schemers adept at plundering the income of the government. The fundamental thing to learn about the society, therefore, is not whether the rulers belong to higher or lower castes or whether they are white or black. The real issue is whether they are supportive of the exploitation of labor or opposed to it. The real question is what the rulers who have undertaken governance are going to do regarding exploitation issue. Today, exploitation of labor exists in the form of capitalist system itself. A struggle against it, therefore, is necessary. The capitalist system, in its initial stages, introduced a few progressive measures for the sake of the working class. This was only one phase in human history. The uniqueness of this phase has ended. As of today, the capitalist system has produced a phase where the teeming millions cannot find food. Just as though 452 dynasties of the feudal kings and emperors, even these regimes of the bourgeois kings cannot provide people with meager sustenance. Poverty has spread over the entire world today. Because of this system, people have slumped into such a deplorable situation that, forget about food, they cannot even find grass. The face of the green earth is overlaid with concrete structures. Agriculture is vanishing from each and every village. The working masses have to sharpen their imagination to anticipate the atrocious tendencies that might emerge in the ensuing 10 years. They will have to await the atomic wars. The capitalist system of today, therefore, is not progressive any longer. This system must disappear in the annals of history. If the capitalist system continues forever, it will cause terrible harm to the working class. Not for the working class alone, it will be a disaster for the human society as a whole, planet Earth and entire nature itself. While exploitation continues unabated, it won't be helpful to nurture illusions of prosperous times in the lives of the workers when a person of Dalit caste or a black person ascends the throne and perpetuates the same kind of rule. Facts are bound to defeat illusions. The final word. Children. Have you read to the end? Have you read all the lessons? Could you furnish answers to the questions? You have read only once, haven't you? That is not enough. Return to the lessons one again. If you read once again, then you will see how easy it is. Reading this book means that you have begun to learn Marxism. You are all children today, but tomorrow you will be adults. Tomorrow, many of you will become workers. You will perform many different jobs. A few among you will become diverse capitalists and different kinds of business people. Yet a few others will be unemployed. In other words, some among you will be begging for jobs tomorrow, and some will be providing jobs. 453. Marxism is essential even for those people who provide jobs to realize who exactly they are in the society. Marxism is necessary for these people to understand the kind of delusion that they are sunk into. Learning Marxism means to witness the nature of the society that we live in and the nature of our relationships in that system directly. After realizing this, changes that upturn our erroneous ideas and wrong practices must occur. Wherever immediate change is possible, there must be immediate transformation. Wherever changes are possible only gradually, there must be gradual transformation. We live in India. In this country, there is a vicious thing called caste. Some people's names carry tags that reveal their caste: Shastri, Sharma, Reddy, Kaudari, Akari, repellent tags like this. Children, take note of a few suggestions. 1. If there is a caste symbol in your own name, consider how wrongful it is to have such a tag. You are not responsible for this misconception. Your elders have given you those names. However, if you permit the wrong practice to perpetuate even after you started thinking on your own, then, you too will have a share in the responsibility. Think how unjustified and opposed to equality it would be to proclaim that I belong to a certain upper caste. Appreciate how justified it would be to side with justice and lean towards equality. 2. Among the children who read this book, there will be many hailing from the lower castes. The people of the lower castes presently consider it a mark of self-respect to carry the tags of their castes in their names. They are unable to understand how self-betraying this practice is. They think that the reservations continue only if the lower castes exist. They do not contemplate how to bring about a system that needs neither reservations nor caste differences. Just because the lower castes need to exist to retain reservations, they prefer to carry the caste tags in their names as if it is a good thing to remain as lower caste people. Indeed, availing reservations is necessary, however, carrying the caste tags is opposed to abolishing the caste. As long as the lower caste people are willing to remain committed to 454. Their own castes, the upper caste people need nothing more. Further discussion regarding this matter is not required here. Children of the lower castes must think about this issue. 3. It is not good that you only read your class books all the time. It is not good that you are obsessed with marks and ranks. You must study because that is needed for earning livelihood, but you must also read good literature every day. Even today, children are still reading the fantasies of kings and queens. Additionally, the lavish lifestyles of the zamindars. Furthermore, writings full of gods, devils, spells and other superstitions. The narrations recounted by the elders, inside and outside of their homes, convert children into old folks in their childhood itself. The narrators know only that much. They are not aware of the slaves of the previous times. They can recount only the stories of silly superstitions. Read them too. However, learn to question at every step. Learn to use your head. 4. Go to the temple, break a coconut, fold your hands in front of the deities, you will score more marks, say the elders. You must not set out in that direction. You should ask several questions. Why does God need the coconuts? How will he eat them? First of all, have you seen God? Has anyone seen? Will you show us? A lot of people do not have dwellings. Even we do not have comfortable houses. Why do the stone statues need mansions? Why spare space for the temples? You must get appropriate answers to these questions from the elders. But you will never receive right answers from them. Is it not a waste of time visiting the temples? That is not all. For gods who no one knows anything about, lakhs of acres of land are dedicated, and temples, jewelry and silk robes worth crores are committed. How stupid all this is! All this makes big business. By remaining in ignorance such as this, the children harm themselves. Make delicious chutneys with your coconuts at home. If you redirect the time that you spend on roaming around the temples and on propitiating the stone statues, towards your own education, you will be a lot wiser. 5. When you read something, to know whether that work is proper or not, we should raise logical questions based on it. 455. Logical means, when you pose questions, you should also know the answers. When the right answer is found, there will be no more questions. The questions cease to exist. Without questioning, it is not possible to learn anything. Animals do not think, therefore they do not question. However, this is not the way the human beings behave. You should not be scared of the adults and blindly believe in what all they say. 6. Is it not the obligation of all human beings to do labor? This must begin with the household chores. The children too must perform a few household tasks. This is not just for the sake of helping the adults. They must do so realizing that it is their responsibility. 7. Let us suppose that you bought an item, a pen, pencil, notebook or some other item. While admiring how beautiful the item is, you must also consider which workers may have made this item, and with what kind of labor. One should be reminded of the labor whenever seeing an item. In the villages, seeing fresh vegetables, people would say how gorgeous they are. Which farmer may have grown them? Likewise, on seeing a particular item, one must recall the labor of the people that made that item. 8. During the vacation period, children go visiting other places. During these visits, what will they see? They go after forts and temples. They will recall the king who constructed them. Then, they will go to the movies, zoos or museums. But, they do not visit a single factory where the products are made. Hereafter, go and visit some mills and factories where the workers toil. A soap factory, oil refinery, biscuit factory, visit as many as possible. Find how all the products that we use are made and who makes them all. While observing the workers, also notice whether the owner of the factory is also present at the workplace. At the workplace means, checking whether the owner is present near the machines. 9. There is an abundance of theories to understand the society. Some say that corruption must vanish, but they want to specify why corruption exists in the first place and how it will be abolished. Yet others say that the environment must be detoxified, but they cannot detail how the sanctity of the environment is lost and how it can be restored. A few others say that humanity 456 must be promoted, but they want to tell us who is destroying humanity and why. Indeed, all of these are real issues. However, those people who debate on these issues are reluctant to see the underlying causes. If you go after the causes, you will be forced to reject exploitation of labor and the capitalist system altogether. 1. The reformers do not like that. They will be obliged to understand all this. All these theories are only intended to divert the people from moving towards Marxism. We therefore must listen to anything that people say. However, we must see if this theory talks about exploitation of labor or not. We must accept the philosophy only to the extent justified. Only that much consideration must be given to this philosophy. 10. In the society that we live in, there are many bad things. The conditions are such that crores of people do not have enough food on their plates and shelter over their heads. In every possible way, the crimes are rampant. In every direction, the struggles are imminent. Why do we need wars? Why lakhs of people in every country must fight as soldiers and die in battles? What is this all for? For the interests of which class? What kind of class that must be which brings about wars for its own benefit? How many things exist that must be deliberated and understood? What kind of society do you want? Do you need a good society that is devoid of poverty, begging, crimes, skirmishes, and wars, such an ideal society or not? Do you realize now how critical is economics to appreciate human relations and human society? Can one understand the nature of human relations by knowing the science of medicine or of botany, but not the science of economics? Read this book again. After you are grown up a little more, also read an introduction to Capital. Thereafter, choose your own path. Perhaps you will be the ones who will perform the jobs or the ones who will provide the jobs. Perhaps you will be the ones who wage wars or the ones who make others wage wars. Children too belong to the same class as their parents. Children automatically absorb the teachings of their parents. Nevertheless, children must also have their own wisdom. Children always think of three things: justice, justice, justice. 457. About the price of this book. Since you have read about issues such as the value, price and the mercantile commission in these lessons, you will now understand how we arrived at the price of this book. All the labor required for the making of this book, beginning from the value of labor of writing to the final stage of production, collectively makes the value of this book. The composing, illustrations, films, paper, printing, the title cover, and binding, all expenses put together amount to 1,05,000 rupees. This was the expense incurred for 1,500 copies. Since the total expenses incurred for 1,500 books was 1,05,000, the price of each book equals 1,05,000/1,500 equals 70 rupees. Should the price of the book be fixed as 70? Profit is also a component of the value of labor. Hence, we need not add something in the 458. Name of profit. It implies that profit value is also present in the making of the book. In order to make the books available to the readers, selling should take place. Work of selling involves some expense. This expense also must come out of the value of that commodity. Hence we will not know the total price of the book unless we add the amount paid as mercantile commission to the expenses of the book. Currently, we offer 50% commission on my books to the sole distributor. Therefore, we have to fix the price as double the production expenses. The production expenses of the book are 70. An additional 70 will be the commission. Both together make it 140. If we fix the price of the book as 140, 70 will be gone as the commission and the remaining 70 will come back. This means that the expenses of production are recovered, at no profit and no loss, to those who published the book. However, what is the price that we fixed for this book? 100 rupees. What does this mean? From this price of 100, 50 will be gone as the mercantile commission and another 50 will remain. Expenses incurred for the book, 70 the amount returned, 50 the loss. 20 if 20 is incurred as loss on every book, the total loss on 1,500 books equals 1,500 x 20 equals 30,000. Giving away a book of 140 value for 100 means giving a value of 40 to the buyer free. Why did we fix the price of the book incurring a loss? It will be easier to buy a book at a lower cost. In fact, people who must read books of this kind are not rich. Most of them may not have much money. The books must be within reach for such readers. If this book goes for second edition, there will not be the costs of composing and negative films, but all other expenses will be there. The costs of paper and printing plates may even increase. In other words, every time this book is reprinted, a loss of nearly 30,000 must be borne. This is the case not just with this book alone, but with each of the 45 books that are published by the Sweet Home Publications. More losses if the books are sold faster and the books are reprinted. Less loss if the books are sold less. All this is upside down. Does anyone help you? Otherwise, how will you afford the losses? Question a few. The salaries which 3 members of our family get are those of intellectual labourers. Does a professor need a salary of 90,000 a month? In a software company, the capitalist earns thousands of crores, therefore the average salary will be above a lakh. There are other reasons why the salaries are escalated this way. These are unjustified salaries. Our family does not have the luxurious means to spend these salaries. We are not interested in accumulating properties. We own a house. We can sustain ourselves, and that is sufficient for us. Our children will be educated. One must earn livelihood out of a job, not based on properties. There should be no gold or silver in the house. Hard to find an ounce of gold or silver at our place, even if that is necessary for some medicine. We do not indulge in luxury. 459. Travels or recreational tours. No giving or taking of gifts. Finally, even individual clothes in our household are never more than 7 or 8 pairs, and the kids are no exception. The expenses mostly are on food, books, subscriptions, donations, little monetary help now and then, medical needs and other such essential needs. What do we do with the remaining money? If you save money, it will grow like sin. Money must be spent on a good cause. In fact, if money is accumulated at one place beyond need, it means that much money is appropriated and diverted from some critical needs elsewhere. Pile up more money after learning all this from Marx's Capital? This is one way to get rid of the excess money. The way of incurring losses through books. Since we have an opportunity, we have been doing this. How can anyone do likewise if there is no opportunity? However, the opportunities present themselves depending on our outlook only. If people do not have obsession for silk saris, ornaments, celebrations, and necessary luxury items, it should 460 be possible to save money out of the salaries of intellectual labourers. Our publications will continue as long as possible. Perhaps, until our folks lose their jobs. At least 2 of the 3 jobs are not likely to be lost, though it can be said about the third one. Let us look at the price of the book again. One must get a brilliant question here on the Mercantile Commission. Isn't the Mercantile Commission an integral component of the value of the commodity? In this example, 50 rupees are the Mercantile Commission for a book, isn't it? How and through whom this value of 50 was added to the making of the book? We have paid off the value of the paper, printing, binding and the rest, haven't we? The capitalists selling those commodities will recover the surplus value out of those values, won't they? Then, whose labour is the surplus value of 50 that makes the Mercantile Commission? If the production costs of bookmaking are considered to be 50, all of these costs will not make the surplus value. The component of means of production will also be a part of making of the book. However, all of the Mercantile Commission, considered as 50, is totally the surplus value. From which workers did so much surplus value come from? From the workers of composing? Workers of printing? Workers of binding? The surplus value must come out of living labour only. The commission too is a component that comes out of living labour. That means, the 50 that embodies the commission in this example, too, belongs to the workers who perform various kinds of labour for this book. We must take into account all kinds of labor performed, beginning with the person who performed the labor of writing the book to the person who finally performed the labor of binding the book. This 50 surplus value has come out of various types of labor performed at all these places. This 50 surplus value also must be handed over to those people who performed the various jobs in making the book. Let us suppose that 10 rupees must be paid. 461. Towards the printing costs of a book. The capitalist gets a surplus value out of this too. However, this is not all the surplus value produced here. A part of the 50 that embodies the mercantile commission belongs to the printing labor. Likewise, a part belongs to the binding labor. A part belongs to the labor of the person who did the writing. This way, the mercantile commission is one that is made of different components of the sum of labors taken together. That means, the profit that the printing capitalist got for the printing work does not constitute total surplus value. Though the printing capitalist did not get the entire surplus value, he won't incur any loss. It is a loss to the workers. Same is the case with other kinds of labor too. If it does not happen that way everywhere, it is not possible for mercantile commission to form. The merchant who takes the commission will not appropriate this amount all by himself. When other merchants buy the commodities from him, he will give the commodities to them with a certain amount of commerce. Shorn. This way, the 50% commerce shorn will be distributed among a few merchants. They will invest the mercantile costs from this commission and keep the profits eventually. When a reader buys a book from a shop, the book will be available at its original price. If the reader orders the same book by post, the transport costs will be added to the actual price. Would it not suffice if the printed books are supplied to the libraries and people's organizations without the intermediary sales? Doesn't surplus value mean surplus production? If there are no sales, the entire production lost as commission will be handed over to the people who performed labor. Just think how much production in the society as a whole is lost in the name of mercantile commission. Let us imagine a world with no sales and commissions. Let us learn to imagine. Until that time, all this will continue.